Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Patricia. How are you?
I'm doing great. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Hey, Patricia, how's it going?
Doing well, Rich. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. My camera's kind of fuzzy. I apologize.
I notice you've got a unique filter on there.
It's the early morning filter.
It's the early morning filter. I could use that. Good morning, Mr. Rivers.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. We're excited and ready to go. Got the early birds getting on here.
So don't forget to put me on co-host to drive the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So who is the host?
Dylan, are you on here, Dylan? I see my name 3 times. One of them's got to be Dylan.
Yes,
There he
I'm on
is.
here. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Dylan?
Good. How are you? Gene, I'm
Good.
making you a co-host right now.
All right. Yep, I got it.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah. We've got well over 100 people registered for this.
Outstanding.
So there should be quite a few more joining us here.
Well, the 100 you have are all realtors, and I'm sure they're on Realtor Time, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. We are not surprised, but that's good. 100 plus, that's good turnout.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Patricia.
Thank you, Angie.
This is your birthday today?
It's my birthday today. Yes.
Lord of mercy.
Happy birthday, Patricia.
Thank you. This is my birthday present because normally I teach this clinic. So I've hired you to teach this clinic.
Oh, okay, I get it. Then this is a birthday for you.
It is a birthday present.
Okay. Well, it's my pleasure. Be your present. So what's going on in your market, Patricia? Let me guess, things are selling really well and there's a shortage of listings.
You got it.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the nation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched my little county because, I sold real estate for 20 years prior to taking this gig. And, in a normal market balanced, we would carry about 400 single family residential listings. When the times got tough there, during the recession depression, we got up to about 800. We're
Yeah.
lucky we have 80 now. 80.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, you talking about the board or are you talking about your office?
The county, just the
County?
county, one of the counties. Yeah. Every county's different. So
Right.
we're up in the,
You're up north.
yeah, we're up north. We actually, our market center's in Gainesville, which is about 90 miles north of Atlanta. And then we have a business center north of that. And we kind of cover the territory up to North Carolina, South Carolina border. So, yeah. So yes, we need inventory. We've had an amazing year. Actually gained, we're really well with our market share. We've stayed right around 18% in Gainesville and 25 in the northern counties. And we've managed to take some more of that this year. So
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah.
Another birthday present.
Thanks to all these wonderful people on the call here that get up every day and work hard and go out there and get those listings. So
That's right. And get those buyers under contract.
get those buyers under contract too. Yeah. I had the privilege of listening to your listing clinic the other day. That was an amazing class.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yep, I was on there. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get that here sometime next year on the calendar for these
Well,
folks.
yeah, it is. It's just about timing with me. It's just timing.
Yeah.
I'm blessed to get asked a lot, which is very humbling, and I do appreciate it. And I'm actually cutting back in 2021. So I'm cutting a third of the events out, a third,
Wow,
which is a big cut. So,
that is a big cut.
yep, we've got a lot of business growth going on right now. So I've got to kind of shift my focus. Yep,
Understandable. So
yep. Can't be everywhere.
can't be everywhere is correct. So, and what markets do you cover again? I know you're in Florida, Gene. What's
Yeah, we cover from Jacksonville and St. Augustine all the way over to Destin, Florida. We have offices along I-10,
okay, nice.
basically.
My favorite vacation area. So
It's a good one. We got Atlantic Ocean if you want that. and We got Gulf of Mexico if you want that.
can't beat that. That's a pretty nice market territory there.
Yeah.
So,
I prefer the Gulf Coast, but I'm biased. I have a beach house on the Gulf Coast, so I'm biased.
yeah. Destin and Cape San Blas is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, Cape San Blas is beautiful, beautiful. Got hit hard in Hurricane Michael.
Yeah, it
Hard,
did.
hard.
It did. We've got quite a few agents in my office that own vacation homes there too along that area. So I'll have to.
Yep, there's a lot of Georgia people.
Yeah.
Yep. St. George Island, Cape San Blas,
Yep.
Panama City Beach.
Oh yeah, lots of memories. So.
Yep.
Well, it looks like we've got one more minute till 9 o'clock. We got about 41 of them on, so I'm sure Dylan's getting text messages, and we would love to see your beautiful faces if you guys were brave enough to put them on. Look at there, makes it so much better. So
It's real people I'm talking to,
it's real people,
not name tags.
and we've got such beautiful smiling faces in this market center. And I miss seeing them all every day. I was like,
Ain't that the truth?
Happy birthday, Patricia.
thank you, dear. And so everybody remember, we're not having the Christmas party, but we're having the Christmas Quarantini party. Tomorrow night at 5, got tons of prizes and fun giveaways. So make sure you join us. So check out the post so you know how to win. I'm telling you, we got some fun prizes. So
Sweet. Are you doing that Zoom or are you having a outdoor event?
we're gonna do it Zoom. Yeah, just because of the weather here. I know we had some freezing rain here this morning still, and you just never know what you're gonna get this time of the year. So.
Nope, 2020 in general, we never know what we're going to get.
Amen to that.
Amen to that. Boy,
You just tell me whenever you're ready to get started, Gene. I'll go ahead and do it. I got a little intro I can start.
you
with.
drive it, girl. I'm ready when you are. I'm sitting here. I'm armed and loaded and ready to go. So just you
look.
tell me.
Josh Thompson has one of my beautiful grandbabies on the screen. That's my newest grandson, everybody. So I see
Are you
some other
kidding?
babies. I'm not kidding. Nope, there he is. That's Jonah.
Look at that.
Schuler's got her beautiful baby there. Love these babies.
Yeah, Josh, get out of the camera. Do a close up on that baby guy.
There he is. Good morning,
Oh,
Jonah.
look at that baby.
It's funny. I taught profit share yesterday, and those blessed folks got to see my other grandbaby teaching that. I said, "This is my big wise here now." So,
That's right. That's right. I've
all
got a
right.
granddaughter who just turned 2, and because of COVID, we had to miss her learning how to walk.
Oh,
Yeah, we just live on screen to see her. Can't wait to see her.
that's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, my poor wife, she can't stand it. She's been looking at, I think we can buy a bubble suit online and we can go visit with the bubble suit. I'm going, calm down, Grandma, calm down.
You really get to value that FaceTime app,
Oh, yeah.
So, all right.
Wait.
Welcome. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We're going to go and get started. We've got 9:02. Thank y'all for being on time. And I know there's going to be others joining us. Again, we appreciate seeing your smiling faces. We have really a huge pleasure today. It's my birthday present. So I'm not teaching this. I've got the best instructor out there, in my opinion, teaching it, Mr. Gene Rivers. I've had the pleasure of being in quite a few of his classes. Anytime I see one that he's teaching, I make it a point to be there. So I've been through career visioning recently, just had his listing clinic, which was amazing. I appreciate his candid humor and his real life experience and wisdom that he shares. It's very touching. So 32 years in the industry, I believe, Gene.
That's
And,
it, baby.
Yep, just shared he dominates the beaches areas there from along I-10, Destin to St. Augustine for you Florida fans. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gene and welcome.
Thank
Can
you
I
so much.
ask a quick question before we get started?
Of course.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We all had a school delay today, so is it okay if we have to switch devices that we kind of come in and out, or is that going to be an issue?
That's more of a Dylan question. It's not an issue to me. I got 4 kids. People coming and going all the time is my standard operating procedure.
Okay, I just
Where are
have
you
to go.
going? I'm talking to you. Come back here right now.
I think
We
you'll be
just have to
fine.
go from computer to phone occasionally, so we'll,
You do what you got to do, Amanda. We're cool.
Yep.
thank you.
Sure. Okay, so here we are. This is an annual event for me. I've taught business planning clinics since the Red Book came out and they created the course. And every time this year, I'm usually talking to people all over the country and we're going over this material. This is a new version. Some of you who had business planning clinic last year with the MREA tools, the MREA model, this is new material. So the handout you have is new. The concepts in the book haven't changed, but the way they are presenting them has changed. There is not a high level, I'm going to tell you up front, there's not a high level of cohesion between the PowerPoint that I'm going to run in the book, meaning there's several pages that don't have slides. They're aware of this, but they're up to their eyeballs back there at Keller Williams International, the writers and the editors. They're now working on doing for a family reunion what they did for Mega Camp, and that's an all-out project. And this is going to be even bigger than what they did for Mega Camp. So it's all hands on deck back there, and doing editing on existing materials is not the 20% right now. So, but it's cool. We're going to get through it all. I'm very intimate with this material. I helped write a lot of this material, so it's my wheelhouse. This is not a huge group, and that's really great for me because we can interact. So please ask questions. Dylan was kind enough to post the information about that. You are all on mute automatically, but you can unmute yourself or just hold the space bar down and talk. And when you're done talking, let go of the space bar. You can do either one. I do, though, reserve the right anytime we're talking about something. My mind is also on getting through the material on time. So I may have to say, okay, we'll have to table this and get back to it later. I need to move on. So I just need your permission to do that. I'm not trying to shut anybody up, but I do want to get through the material. At the end of the day today, when we're done, I will circle back and stay online and answer any question until every question is answered. So don't feel like I'm going to be shutting you off and not getting back to you. I will, but I'm going to leave it up to you at the end of the day to say, okay, I want to talk about this again. So that's fine with me. So every question will be answered. This is obviously a Zoom session. We're going to have 4 breaks basically during the day. The first one will be around 10:30. The second one will be noon. We'll have a shorter lunch because I think most of you, from what I see, you're going to be raiding your refrigerator. So lunch should be pretty quick and easy. That makes it simple. So we're going to do a 30-minute lunch. You may get done a little bit earlier because of that. And then we'll have a break about 2:30 and we'll be done at 4. But again, I will hang around. So I'll answer questions till we're done. I do want to go through the PowerPoint with you, but I am going to also be working on the whiteboard behind me. So Dylan, I'm sure you're hearing me. When I do go to the whiteboard, please select the isolation everyone, the spotlight everyone, so that they can see the whiteboard behind me real clearly. That's pretty much the orientation to what the day is going to look like. And go in your manual. This manual is not numbered in pages, it's numbered by sections. So 1.1, it says getting started, where you are today. I'm not going to bother going over the contents. You're going to see it all. So getting started today, where you are today. Where you are today is the end of the year and the beginning of another year staring us in the face. There are 3 things that you need to do right now as fast as you can before the end of the year or in January. But I truly believe these are essential right now for you to do. And number 1 is very, very important. And that is you need to make a care call with a real estate question to every one of your MET database. This is not in the manual. I'm just talking to you about real world right now. In March, when COVID hit, when we had the shutdown, a lot of people got shoved out of their workspace to home, and people were working from home. Some people got furloughed a month or so later. Some people got terminated. There are a lot of people who've lost jobs. There are a lot of people who are working from home permanently. There are a lot of people, as a result of all of this, that are rethinking their housing. And you need to be aware that the amount of search that's going on the web, and this has been stated clearly by the representatives from Facebook that we have an official partnership with, and the representative from Google that we have a partnership with. The amount of searching that is going on, they have stated flatly, they believe there's going to be a significant amount of housing activity in 2021, simply comparing multi-year trends of how much searching is being done and how much real estate gets sold. And they say the level of inquiry and search right now shows a large amount of focus on moving. This means, just the bottom line here, this means a lot of your Met database is off cycle. Whatever you think they were gonna, you sold them a home 3 years ago and you think they're gonna stay there till 5 or 7 years. Some of those people are thinking about moving right now. They're thinking about moving. There are people that are thinking about literally buying a vacation home early so that they can, if they're gonna quarantine, they wanna go quarantine in someplace nice, like a mountain house or a beach house. We have people buying houses in Florida right now, vacation homes. They were gonna do it when they retire, and they're doing it now so they can come and quarantine at the beach house. Things are topsy-turvy is what I'm trying to tell you. And you've got to get a hold of everybody in your Met database. And again, it's a care call. Hey, Patricia, it's Gene Rivers. I hope you're doing well. I hope you got 2 minutes for me, Patricia. I just want to ask you this question. Are you okay? Is your family okay? And then you can role play this with me, Patricia. Are you okay? Is your family okay?
Hey, Gene, appreciate the call. Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. You know, Patricia, I know you're well aware of this, but people all around the country some of them are working at dining room tables and it's okay temporary, but now they've been told it's permanent and it's not okay. Other people, dual income, have lost one job out of the two, and now that home they have maybe is not as affordable as it needs to be and they need to downsize. There are a lot of people, in other words, that have rethought their housing. I want to ask you this question, Patricia. If we were to meet and I did what we did when you bought this house, meaning we did a needs analysis, we did a wants analysis, and we looked at your money, and we looked at interest rates, and we looked at the marketplace, is it possible that there will be a home that's a better fit for you and your current wants and needs and money? Is that possible, Patricia?
Yes, I think that's definitely a possibility.
Then I'm going to email you a link and let's set an appointment to get together via Zoom. I want us all to be safe, but let's have a Zoom consultation and start to discuss the realities of the current marketplace. Here's the good news, Patricia. Prices are at an all-time high. If you have a property for sale, it's going to sell fast and for good money. And the good news is you're actually going to buy low. And you may not understand that, but interest rates are at an all-time record low. And because rates are low, the payments are going to be low. So you literally can sell high and buy low right now. And that is quite remarkable. We've never seen this situation ever in the industry. And it's a great time for you to be making that kind of a move. So I'll send you a link and let's set up a time to have a Zoom meeting. Okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's what you need to do. And I'm telling you, if your database is 400, 500, 600 past clients in Sphere or more, you're going to be booking appointments. You will be booking appointments. You will be booking appointments. So that's number one. Number two, you need to think about 2021 in terms of leverage. What is the one thing I could add to my business? And that could be a system, it could be a tool, or it could be hiring somebody. But what's the one thing that is leverage, the one thing I could add that would make 2021, my goals for 2021, easier than anything else to accomplish them? Now, what is that thing? And I don't know what it is for you. Some of you might need to redo your lead generation plan. You might need a new pillar. If you've got a three-legged stool for lead gen plan, you might need to eliminate one and replace it with something else. All of you ought to be utilizing Command. And if you're not utilizing Command, that's a tool you might need to add right now. Get it, get involved with it. Command is making a lot of money for a lot of agents. There are over 135,000 Keller Williams agents now active on Command. So if you're not, you're on the trailing end here. There are people that are on it and it's working and it's making money and it's powerful. We'll talk more about Command later, but you got to think of a system, tool, or person. And if you're doing all you can do as a single agent and you're selling 30 to 40 houses a year, Gary Keller would say your question now is who? Who do I need? Who do I need? Because if you're like that, you need help, physical help. You need to hire somebody. And who is that person? It's either going to be an assistant if you only want to hire one person, or it's going to be a lead admin if you want to continue to grow. But it's a basic choice. Get help when you're doing all you can do and winning, but you were running out of hours in the day. Get help. Turn your career into a business. And then the third thing is nothing new. Every year, I always talk about this with the people that I'm helping facilitate the business planning clinic. You need to make sure that in January, you have the largest number of active listings you've ever had in January, ever. Make your year pop in January. And the only way to do that really effectively is with listings. And a lot of you are dealing with a marketplace, because I already discussed this with Patricia. I knew what your market was probably like, and she verified that. You are selling houses fast, and it seems like there's not enough listing inventory. The truth is, I'm going to guess you all know this, you're probably having a record year in sales, a record year. More houses are going to be sold probably this year in your area than ever before. Now, if you just think about that, the reality is there's no problem with listings, because all those sold properties, most of them were buyers buying listings. The problem you've got is listings hit the market and then they're gone just like that. So it seems like there's not enough listings, but the fact is you're selling more property than you've ever sold. So there has to be enough listings or you wouldn't be selling that much property. The problem you've got is you're not getting to the listings fast enough. You are not getting to the listings fast enough. And that simply means you're not talking to enough people. You're not. If you're not going to talk to more people, you're going to struggle having inventory for your buyers, and you will not be getting leads off of listings because you ain't got none. And listings, particularly in the kind of market you're in, listings are incredibly strong lead generation strategies all by themselves. From the internet, from sign calls, from open houses, listings drive leads like nothing else. And you've got to get on top of this. As an agent, I don't care if you're a team or a single agent, as an agent, you have one basic approach to this business. One, you're either going to be a seller-based agent or a buyer-based agent. And the seller-based agents spend less time working to make money, and they are more profitable as a business, and they control the marketplace due to their signage all over the place. And that's your decision. And some of you, I'm sure, are capable and you're experienced and you're selling 30 to 40 houses a year as a single agent, or you're selling 100 plus or minus with a team. But if your numbers, the year's over now, basically, 2020 is baked. You might have some pendings yet to close, but it's baked. If you are a buyer-based agent, I don't care if you're single or a team. In other words, if you do more buyers closed than sellers, understand the research here. If you did 30 sales a year and your buyer base 60%, just 60%, that means you'd have 18 closed buyers, 12 closed sellers. If you flip that, the same units, the same money, but at the end of the year, you had 18 closed sellers and 12 closed buyers. Your work week shrinks 20 to 25%. 20 to 25%. That is a life worth living. That's how you gain a life worth living, is you utilize leverage, and listings are leverage. See my shirt? Leads, listings, leverage. That's the game, ladies and gentlemen. That's the game. And as a single agent, you should leverage your own efforts by being seller focused. And how that relates to the program today is, if your lead generation plan is a two-legged stool or a three-legged stool, and you are buyer-based in your closed production for the year, you might need to take one of those legs and get rid of it and get a pure seller lead generation strategy rolling so that you can focus on becoming a seller-based agent. So that's my advice. Merry Christmas and happy birthday, Patricia. But that's my unsolicited opinion. Now I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint and we will get rolling in the material. Think about, while I'm doing that, think about on page 1.1, it asks, where are you today? Who are you? And your numbers. What about your numbers? While I pull this up. And boom, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Getting started. When you think about your numbers, the most important numbers for you to pay attention to are the listing appointments you had, the listings you got out of those appointments, and the closed listings you got. And then also the same thing with the buyers. In other words, you're looking at your numbers and looking at your conversion rates. How many appointments did you get with buyers and sellers? How many of those converted to client and how many of those converted to a sold? A lot of you know this. I'm discussing your own personal economic model, and we will dig into that more later. But those are the numbers you need to focus on. The amount of money you make is obviously important, but the fundamental issue is the number of appointments you go on and the amount of property you close. The money is secondary. There is no money if you don't have closings, and there are no closings if you don't have clients, and there are no clients unless you have appointments. So these things are actually more important than the money itself, because this is how you get the money. If the money's not enough, you don't focus on making more money, you focus on making more appointments, and that's how you make more money. So think about the numbers that you need to pay attention to. Where it says your choices today, you're brand new, or you're not as new and you have a business plan, but you don't use it, or you're fully engaged, just wipe all that away. Basically, you're all here, which means you are engaged. And we are working on a business plan for the year for each one of you. And if you're a single agent and you're new or not new, or you have a small team or you have a group, this is for all of you today. And I'm going to show you how you can utilize the numbers in the model as a single agent as we go along. Turn the page, the goals of the course. Number one, understand the power of the 5 fundamental business models of the MREA. The course, as originally written, all the way up till this training manual, talked about the 4 fundamental models, and those are the economic, lead gen, budget, and organizational. The 5th model is expansion. Now, we're not going to spend much time at all on expansion here today, but it is now in a category of all the other 4 models. These are options of agent businesses that are proven and valid and work. Number 2, create a custom plan for your business. That's absolutely my goal. Some of you don't know your numbers well. That's not a criticism. It's a fact about agents. And you're going to actually need to take this today, understand how to build your business plan, and then go find out what your numbers are as best you can. And then plug those in and redo the plan or do the plan. And number 3, initiate a plan of execution through accountability. And notice what it says. You don't have to spend money on a coach, although there's nothing wrong with that at all, but a peer partner or the productivity coach you've got. Your team leader, your team lead, MCA, somebody. Get somebody to hold you accountable to your plan. And you got to make up your mind about this. Do you care about your goals? Do you care? And I know it seems like a frivolous kind of question. Of course I care. Well, people who really care about achieving their goals get people to help them get their goal. It's not complicated, people. If you want to get something done, if you really want to get something done, if you get somebody to help you get it done, you're more likely to get it done. And that's all we're talking about with a peer partner who push you. Make sure you turn in your numbers to them and they turn in their numbers to you every week, every single week. And if you don't want to do that, what you're saying is, I'm really not as attached to my goals as I thought. And this is for you to make up your mind about. But get attached to your goals, ladies and gentlemen. You need to make a lot of money. And I don't say that lightly, and it's not about the money. You all have a lot of opportunity in this business you've chosen to be in, and you should make hay. You should take advantage of the opportunity. And what's the opportunity? The opportunity is for you to have a true career worth having, and to make investments, and to grow your net worth, and to get unearned income from real estate investments, profit share, and hopefully along the way, get to gross $1 million in real estate sales. Some of you might want to get to net $1 million in real estate sales. These are not things written in the book. These are goals that people are achieving in every single state in the nation in Keller Williams. This is up to you. Do you want it or don't you want it? And if you do want it, you need a written plan and you need help staying on the plan. Change is not easy. It says here in the middle of this 1.3 page, my 3 learning goals, 3 things I want to understand by the end of this training. Now, you should definitely have this in your mind. This should be kind of what you're going to ask questions about, is this thing you're trying to figure out being here today. And I'm here to help you do that. But from my point of view, what I want you to understand is 3 things today. Number 1, I want you to understand the models of MREA, the models. And we're going to talk about those both for single agents as well as teams. I want you to understand how to build a plan, how to build a plan. And I'm going to walk you through it step by step. And then the third thing is I want you to think about lead generation and the choices you make to be your pillars. In other words, the things you focus on most of the hours you spend on lead gen. And you've got to get that right. And I already told you, some of you are going to need to drop something you're doing and add something that's purely about sellers if you are not seller-based. That's the only way to fix that. Whatever you're doing, if you're buyer-based, those things you're using as your lead gen plan are generating more buyers for you than sellers. So you've got to drop one and get something that's pure sellers. And that's what my goals are for you today, is to understand the models, to focus on how to build a business plan and rethink your lead generation, specifically targeting becoming seller-based. If you're already seller-based, you might not need to do that, but I still think you need to rethink your lead generation plan. And we'll talk more about that. You might rethink it and land right back where you are now, and that's fine. But you need to rethink it, because Command has created a lot of new opportunities in lead generation that are highly effective and are very low cost or free. And you should rethink what you're doing and maybe make some different strategic decisions. On the bottom on that page, this is how I'll make it happen. Level 1, you have a plan. Level 2, you have a plan and a commitment to it. And then level 3, you have a plan, you have a coach, a peer partner, somebody you share it with, and ask them to hold you accountable. I would recommend that choice wholeheartedly. Models and mindsets. I'm on page 2.1 now. Flip the page over. A model. A definition of a model here. A pattern of something to be made, an example for imitation, serving as or capable of serving as a pattern to be imitated. I'm going to give you a different definition of model, and it's a more clarifying definition of a model. A model is the assimilation or accumulation of the systems, tools, and people necessary to deliver goods and services with uniform customer experience. Now, that is a business model. This definition of model is a generic definition of a model about anything. But I gave you a definition of a business model. A business model is built out of the systems, tools, and people necessary to provide the goods or services, and the customers have to have a uniform experience. When you go to a drive-through restaurant, understand what I just described is what you're staring at. When you pull into a Wendy's, and I don't care what it is, I'm just using Wendy's. When you pull into a Wendy's, they are absolutely clear. They only have 2 kinds of business. And guess what? You only have 2 kinds of business, buyers and sellers. They only have 2 kinds of business. And when you pull in off the street, they immediately separate them. And it says this: parking, drive-through. Parking, drive-through. That's it. That's the only 2 kinds of customers they have. When you get a phone call, hey, I got your name from Bob at work, you're immediately thinking buyer or seller, buyer or seller, right? So when you pull into that Wendy's drive-through line, you drive up and there's that menu and there's that speaker box, and they say this: welcome to Wendy's. Would you like to try the Baconator Deluxe today? And ladies and gentlemen, that's a script. And anytime you get a customer call you, you should have a script. You should have a script. No, I'll take a number one, please. No cheese. Wonderful. Would you like to biggie size that? That's another script, ladies and gentlemen. They are taught this. They are taught these sayings. That's another script. No, I'll just take a regular. Okay. Your total is $647 drive-through up front. Now, what's going on behind the scenes? There are tools called a kitchen. They have a fry pot. They got a griddle. They got a warming oven. They got these tools and they're making the food. And they've got one person or two at the walk-up counter and one person on a headset working the drive up. But they got two people in the middle putting burgers together and chicken sandwiches together and putting the fries and the burgers and the stuff in the bag and putting the Coke on the order. And they're running a system. Every certain number of cars that pull up, they drop more fries, start 2 more burgers, and start a chicken, and you haven't ordered yet. But they know the goal for you in customer service is that you drive up, make your order, stand in line with your car, get up to the window, and you get everything, and you're out of there in minutes. And that's what you want. And you want the burger hot, and the fries hot, the lettuce cold, and the drink, there's bubbles hitting the top of the cellophane lid, so it's fresh drink. That's what you want. And if you get all that and they do it in time, you're happy and you'll come back. If they screw your order up or keep you waiting, you're likely to not come back. That's how fickle the consumers are. So this is not a joke to them. It's serious. You know when their system breaks down, when they say, "Hon, do me a favor, would you pull up over there to the side? Your fries aren't quite ready. We'll run them out to your car." And what they're saying is, Bob's an idiot. He was supposed to drop a bag of fries. There's a little bell every time we get 4 cars, and Bob missed the bell, didn't drop the fries, and now we're backed up. And we're giving bad customer service for about 8 people. Now, this is you. This is you and your business and your systems and your tools and your people. And if you're just a single agent, it's just you. But when you look at the models that we've got, there's only 2 approaches. You can work through your head, just all creativity, or you can have written plans and written details to how buyers and sellers get served. And that's it. You're either using written tools and models and systems, or you're not. Now, here's the funny thing. You all have systems in place. You do. You have a seller system, you have a buyer system, you have a lead gen system. But if this stuff is not written out and detailed, it's erratic. When you're really busy, you don't get a lot of stuff done that you should get done. And when you're slow, you're not making money. So it's no fun at all to be locked in creativity. Now, don't get me wrong, creativity matters hugely, but not in giving uniform customer service. Uniform customer service is only given through a model. And why does that matter? Well, for one reason. All businesses, all of them, and this is you, are trying to create a business based on repeat and referral. Repeat and referral. Everybody wants that. It's way harder and more expensive to get new business than it is to keep an existing customer happy and they keep coming back. Our challenge, though, is unlike any other industry. You'll go to Wendy's maybe 2 times a week. You'll buy shoes maybe 4 or 5 times a year. You'll eat pizza once a week. You'll go to the grocery store, Publix or wherever you go. You'll go to the grocery store 2, 3, 4 times a week. I got 4 kids. We used to have to go to the grocery store every other day. But guess what? They don't come back to us until 5 or 7 years later for a repeat. So what do we need to focus on? The referral. Because you can literally get more business by building a referral business, a referral-based business, than repeats. I'll say that again. There's more money in building a referral-based business than a repeat business, because the repeats are years apart. And they can refer you year after year after year. If we do our job right with our business, somebody that buys a home, we want them to refer us every single year. That's 7 deals to the next repeat that they give me. Now, that's what models are for, ladies and gentlemen, is repeat and referral business. And here's a tip. If you're not getting enough referral business, you are literally missing steps in your seller and buyer system. That's all there is to it. There's things you're not doing, you need to be doing. And if you did them, you'd get more referral business. It's literally that simple. But because you don't have written detailed systems, you just don't do the things that you should do half the time. No offense. So when you look at this on the right, it says unstable business based on creativity. Even when you try to put a model on it, on top of it, if you don't eliminate the creativity orientation, it'll still be unstable. And when it says unstable, it doesn't mean you're unstable. What it means, although it might be that, but what it means is the productivity of your business is unstable. It's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad, you're busy, you're slow, it's unstable in performance as a business. Look on the left, if you upright it and you get a model-oriented business where you're literally using written plans and tools and you're no longer winging it, you will now have uniform customer service. You will have a more predictable result. You'll make steady sales. And creativity is for the purpose of taking market share. The model is about uniform customer service. The creativity is about taking market share. I'll give you a simple example. I've been doing this a long time, and people call us, yeah, we need to sell a house. Oh, we need to buy a house. We got your name from Bob at work, whatever. We started realizing that at that moment, if we got information in their hands, if they were interviewing other agents, but we got some powerful information in their hands, then their attitude about us would go up. And if the other agents they called didn't do anything except book the appointment, then we had a leg up on everybody. And what I'm talking about is obviously a pre-listing package, whether it's a buyer or a seller. 40 or 50 pages of information about the process of buying or selling, the nature of the market with charts and graphs, and then the value proposition that we bring to the table. All of that is 40 or 50 pages. And if a seller or a buyer get that prior to the appointment, and they've called other agents who send them nothing, we have literally kneecapped the competition. Now that's how you take market share. They call 3 people and we won the appointment. Another one calls 3 other agents and we win the appointment. And then we do, you get that? And it's all because of the creativity of a pre-listing package that takes market share. I take mind space before it happens. Now we started doing that in our market when nobody was doing it, and it worked. And of course you can't keep stuff like that a secret because we don't win every single one. So our pre-listing packages started getting into the hands of competitors. And I don't worry about that at all. The people who win the most work. I'm not worried at all. Most of my competitors might try to steal ideas from us, but they won't work like we work. And I will outwork you and beat you by work, period. But when people did that, then we started thinking about, okay, so how can we plus this? Now some other people are using pre-listing packages. What can we do? And then we came up with, well, why don't we start delivering them immediately after the phone call? Because what we were doing before was dropping it off at their house where they'd get it when they came home from work. When we started doing that, we started realizing, you know what? We would like every buyer and every seller to talk about us at their office. We would really like that. If buyers and sellers would all talk about us at the office, and not just once, but talk about us at the office all through the months of the relationship. We normally will have an active seller or buyer 4 to 6 weeks, and then they go under contract, and then they close 4 to 6 weeks later. I got 3 months with them. And during that 3 months, suppose every week for 3 months, their coworkers are talking about us. We're going to get market share. We're going to get appointments, and we're going to take the business from other agents who are going to get that business, but we beat them through creativity. So what we did was start delivering the pre-list package to their office within 30 minutes of the phone call. It's in a big package with a receipt form, and they have to sign for it. So it's not just drop it off at the front desk. It'll be Bob Johnson, come to the front. You have a package, Bob, come to the front. Bob comes front, signs for the package, walks back with his coworkers, say, what'd you get? What'd you get? Well, I got a package from the Rivers team. And every week they're going to get an appreciation, which is typically a mug that says ringtherivers.com for real estate. And it's got flowers or chocolates and a little note card. Thanks for the trust. We're honored to represent you in the sale of your home. And that just gets delivered. Week later, thank you so much. You took our suggestions. The house looks perfect, both inside and outside. We appreciate you so much, the Rivers team. 1 week later, thank you for your hard work for the open house. It was wonderful. We had 14 visitors. We'll call you with the feedback by 9 a.m. on Monday morning. Now, every week, you all know what's happening here. Those mugs are ending up in the coffee room. Those mugs all say ringtherivers.com for real estate. Everybody in the office now knows Bob's selling and we're his realtor, and they're asking Bob how we're doing. And it's not hard to understand this. We look at the data. People in those offices are going online to ringtherivers.com at the office. We see their URLs. We know they're doing this. And that is how creativity works. But if you think about what a model is, uniform customer service, a huge benefit of being model driven is that a model is scalable. Scalable. So the minute I have detailed, here's what happens with every seller. Step one, to the closing table. Every buyer, step one, first point of contact to the closing table. Now, if I want to keep doing more volume, I just hire people, but we don't change what we do. I just have more people doing it with more buyers and sellers. That is called scalability. And you can't do that when it's pure creativity. You can't do it at all. It doesn't work a bit. This is frankly one thing that keeps a lot of single agents from growing, is they simply don't have a model-driven, scalable business. It's not scalable. So look below that. Those of you that have been in KW any amount of time recognize this breakthrough as E to P in the 6 perspectives out of Quantum Leap. This is a very simple and absolutely accurate graphical description of how you grow. You have a natural ability. If you're a single agent, you have a natural ability. I don't care if you're new or experienced, you have a natural ability to sell a certain amount of property. All the research we have is if you're a single agent, that ought to be 30 to 40 deals a year. And no more, because you'll be overworking. You'll give up the life worth living. But in 40 to 50 hours a week, you ought to be able to sell 30 to 40 houses a year. If you want to do more, you got to adopt a model and you got to have a breakthrough. So let's say you're doing 36 sales a year and you look at the money you're making, average income per sale, and you say, you know what, this money's good, but my family, my faith, my charities, my community would all benefit more if I double that money. If I double that money, it would matter to everybody around me and all the things I care about if I double that money. Well, you want to get to 60 deals a year, you got 2 choices. 2 choices. A single agent who wants to go to 60 deals a year has 2 choices. Number 1, drop all your buyers, no more buyers, only do listings. You can easily do 60 closed sales a year if all you did is listings. I don't recommend that path because you're going to have plenty of buyer leads off your listings. And if you're giving those up, you're literally giving up market share that's landing in your lap, and no business should do that. None. What's the other option? Hire a full-time administrative person. This would be in the red book, going from level 1, where it's just you, to level 2. It's you plus 1. And that will be at least 3 times their cost increase in your GCI. So if they cost you 40 grand a year, you're going to make 120 grand a year more. You're going to pay them the 40. You're going to pay the IRS 40 on the 120, and you'll have 40 left over as profit. And guess what? You'll work less hours and you'll have less stress. Now that's the model for that. You want to double that and go to 120? Well, it's you and one person doing 60. So you need two more people to go to 120, another admin and another agent. This stuff ain't complicated, this model stuff, but you got to follow it. You can't just play with it. Well, I think I'll just keep my one admin and get two more agents. That's going to blow up. But you go ahead, have fun playing with fireworks in the backyard. That's nice. It's going to blow up in your face. That's okay. So our models, and I know you all know this, but do you cognitively really get it? Our models have now been in play and studied for 22 years. Literally 2 decades. The Red Book came out 2 decades ago, but there was 2 years of research prior to the book being created. And when the book was created, this company was focused on watching all the agents in the company who were building teams and businesses, all of them. And it ain't Big Brother watching you at all. It's data. What's working? What's not working? Here's a new idea. Wow. That's where the showing assistant model came from. It was a new idea that popped up and it worked. And now that's part of the MREA 2 models for level 4 teams and up is the showing assistant. But that's because the company was watching and identified a trend. Gary immediately documented how it was working and put it into the model. And that's what's going on. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not guessing. We're just not guessing. And that's a gift to you. That literally is. Gary Keller created a company that gives more value to agents than ever before. And listen, I don't say that lightly. My wife and I used to own a RE/MAX franchise, good company. No, nothing bad about RE/MAX. I don't have any beef about RE/MAX, but when I got exposed to the KW models and what Gary had, and this was when there was only 3,000 agents, we saw a lot more value in what he had to offer than what we got at RE/MAX. It wasn't bad and good. It was just good, better, best to me. And best is his company. And the main reason I say that is Gary's relentless analytical desire to understand how is everything working? How does it actually work? And because of that unrelenting pressure on the entire company to figure out how things work. Ladies and gentlemen, he spent $1 billion, $1,000 million on finding out how to make the web a more powerful place for us. He is not guessing. He's running through labs. Labs are still going on. We're still figuring everything out, but it's all because he is not one to guess. He wants to know how it works always. So here's some myths. These are myths. Number one, I'm on page 2.3. Whoops.
Ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. What, in terms of like a healthy business, what percentage would you say is repeat and referral?
Well, when you say that, it's about scalability, right, Zach? I mean,
Right.
I could be brand new and I could be willing to go on the internet and start spending money on small ads on Facebook and Google and Instagram, and I could quickly build up a powerful business. And I mean that. I could quickly build up a powerful business just on internet leads, not a single repeat and referral. And I won't get them until 6 months or a year in business, right?
Right. Well, let's say you've been in business for 10 years or call it 5.
Right.
You're interested in sustainability and scaling. What percentage would you look at and say, look, this is, in order to be healthy, this is where I would look at on a repeat and referral perspective?
Yeah, well, we're going to look at some numbers later today. It's a great question that you're saying, but I'll cut to the chase. Right now, what they're seeing is about 4% of referrals. So if you have 100 METs, you ought to get 4 referrals closed out of that 100 a year.
Okay.
Now, that's different than MREA 1, Zach. MREA 1 said that for every 12 METs, you should get 2 deals, 1 repeat and 1 referral. So the ratio of repeat in that example is 1 in 12, and the ratio in referrals is 1 in 12, right? Well, now we're saying the referral is 1 in 10.
Okay. All right.
No, wait, no, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. No, it's 4%. So that would be
And
1 per 25. Right? It would be 1 per 25. So it's very low. It's 4 out of 100. So we've gone from 1 in 12 to 1 in 25. So it's gotten worse by half.
so I'm going to go back and see exactly how many we have in our net database.
Yeah.
And cross-reference that to our current repeat and past client referral, and I'll see where that lands.
Well, you should. And there's another reality there, Zach, is if you have a large Met database, 800, 1,000 or more, and remember that's past clients and Sphere, right?
Mhm.
There's often a great deal of, for lack of a better term, garbage in there, right?
Mhm.
So you got people that you're marketing to that you call Mets and they don't think of you at all, right? They ain't never sent you nothing, right? So if you look at that number, what the recommendation would be is take that number, whatever amount of referral business you've got, and then divide that by 4%. And then that will tell you how much of a true Met database you have. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you'll know maybe in the 1,000, you end up with a number that, you know what, I got about 600 people here that are real, and I got 400 people that don't matter. They just
take
don't
your
count.
Met database and divide that by 4, and that can give you pretty darn good clarity.
Not by 4, by 4%. That would be
4%.
divided by 0.04. Right. And that would tell you how many people in your database are really engaged in supporting you. And that's usually a big aha for people. Because most agents that have been in it for years will tell you, yeah, I got 800 people in my Met database, but I don't get near enough referral business. And what they don't understand is, well, all those people aren't alike in their proclivity to support you. So you got a whole bunch of people, you got a few hundred people who don't give a rat's patootie about you and your business, right? But you met them at the Chamber of Commerce, y'all went to the same school, you had a couple of drinks, you say, "Ooh, this is my new BFF." No, he ain't. And he's got a cousin who's a realtor, and you'll never get the business, right?
Yes, you're 100% correct.
Right, that's it. So that little analytic will help you figure out, okay, I got to find the 600 out of the 1,000 and focus on them. That's it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so again, on page 2.3, there's not a slide for this, so you got to be looking at it. Mindset, I don't need models. Well, you don't have to use models. You can learn the hard way about avoiding mistakes. You can take longer to build your business than it should, and you can be less profitable. But that is exactly what happens when you don't use models, is you'll take longer, you'll spend more money, and it will be more frustrating, more stressful. Number 2, models limit my freedom. That's just ridiculous. Models actually set you free. Literally, when you know exactly what you need to do to sell 36 houses, 60 houses, 120 houses, when you know exactly how many people, when you know the systems you need, that's freedom. You just get right to work. You're not wasting any time. That's what freedom literally is. Number 3, models are just opinions. I already made this case. That is an absolute lie. Gary Keller would laugh in your face if you said that he's just got opinions about what works. Decades, he's got 30 years of research into what works. He is not guessing, and we are not guessing. Number 4, the model won't work for me. No, that's not true. The model will work for you as long as you don't try to alter the model. And too many agents try to wing it. They'll take a little piece of a model that they like, and then the rest of it they're making up, and that's the problem. Number 5, I don't need to change. I'm getting the results I want. Well, that might be true, but it might not be true in a year. And again, if you want to grow, you must have a business that is scalable, and only models are scalable. And that's why you see so much success in business by buying a franchise, because when you buy a Subway or Firehouse Subs or Panera, all of these are proven models, and they tend to slowly and steadily replace locally owned. Now, these can be owned locally, but they're not franchises. But locally owned businesses that aren't franchises often get replaced by locally owned franchises because of the model being better. Period. That's it. That's it. So now we look at the following page, 2.5, think like a millionaire real estate agent. You'll recognize this. This is from the book. Number one, think powered by a big why. Think powered by a big why. We're going to explore this. We're going to look at your financial lid in a minute or two. Well, not a minute, but a few minutes. We'll look at your financial lid, and what you need to understand about a big why is the entirety of your life. Everything you want out of your life has a price tag. And when you go to work every day, you should be trying to make the money that funds the kind of life you want. That's what a big why is. A big why is not your children or your wife or your faith or your charities or your parents. It's all of it. It's all of it. A vacation home, a second home. It's all of it. What do you want your life to look like? And it has a price tag. And when you define the price tag for the life you want, that's a big why. That's a big why. It's not any one thing, it's everything added up and defining the price tag and then work for that money. The minute you do that, you're going to go with big goals and big models. If you're a single agent, there's 2 years of research in the model for you as a single agent. 2 years of research. That research came after the Red Book research. The Red Book research was done. The book came out. It instantly validated Keller Williams as a company with the highest knowledge about the real estate agent business. Literally, it did it instantly when that book hit the stands. It's still the best-selling book ever written about real estate agent businesses. RE/MAX agents use it. Coldwell Banker agents use it. Everybody that's got any brains and wants to build a team will read that book because it's the best and everybody knows it. But a couple of years after that book came out, there was a steady rumbling, and I was on a national tour speaking about the Red Book for 2 years, and people would come up to me from the audience. Well, what about single agents? Is there a book for single agents? And the answer was no. But after 2 years, Gary Keller got it and said, we need a book for the single agent. And they did the research and they came back and they took a different spin on it. They made it training manuals, but altogether it's called 36-12-3. And this may or may not be being taught in your market center, but this is still out there and this is still extremely valid, just like the Red Book. And that stands for 36 sales in 12 months with 3 hours a day on lead generation, 5 days a week. And that's what all the research boiled down to finding out. The question Gary asked was, the Red Book was defined by $1 million. And he was looking for people who made $1 million net. And that was a line in the sand he drew that said, this is high success, $1 million net. And he wasn't sure how many there would be, but it turns out there was a bunch of them, and there was enough of them to pull together all of their individual data and then digest it down into a model. And that's exactly how the book got created. Well, the same thing was done with single agents, but single agents don't have unlimited hours, meaning a team, you keep hiring people, you got more hours. Everybody I hire, I got 40 to 50 hours a week. I can produce more sales. I can literally produce 25 to 30 more sales with every single person I hire. So there's no limit to the number of people. So what's the line in the sand here? It was $1 million net for the Red Book. For the single agent, it became sustainability. And they looked at new agents who joined the company and got from 0 to 12 sales a year. And a bunch of them can do that 5 years or longer. So the line they drew in the sand is sustained production 5 years or longer. And there are plenty of people that got from 10 to 20 and stayed there. And it's more than half of the people who got there stayed there 5 years or longer. 30 to 40, when they got to 30 to 40, something funny happened. And that was, it was just over half of the people who got there were still doing it 5 years or later. And then when they went 40 to 50, it was well under half. Only about a third of the people who got to 40 to 50 were still doing it 5 years or later. And then they backed up and said, okay, 30 to 40 is the sustainable production for a single agent, because more than half the people who do it are still doing it 5 years later. So then Gary asked the question, all right, so how the devil do they do it? Just like he asked about netting $1 million. What are they up to? And two big things came out of that research. One, the agents were typically seller-based. You'll recognize this discussion. Not heavily, but just like the Red Book agents were 50-50 in their business, these agents were 50, no more than 60% seller-based. That was number one. Number two, in other words, they behaved like millionaire agents, having 50-50 businesses. Number two, they used 2 pillars of lead generation for the bulk of their business. Not 3, not 4, not 5, 2. 2 gave them 75% plus or minus of their business. And I hope you hear me. They used other stuff, but what Gary was looking for, what did they do consistently every week? And there are only 2 things that they did consistently every week that gave them the bulk of their business. In other words, they might do open houses, but they only do it during the busy season, or they only do it 1 week a month. So they do it, but they don't do it consistently. So that's what they did. Those manuals, that training is still available. There's one manual that gets you oriented and gets you set up to build your business. And then you study the most common lead gen sources that all of these agents were using, because what Gary asked them for was the best practices. So now you can read, I think it's 68 pages on the best practices of sphere cultivation. And remember, from a single agent point of view, the higher volume agents often have very sophisticated client service campaigns. They'll have movie theaters, they'll have parties, right? But this is what a single agent does to develop a strong referral business. FSBOs, best practices for a single agent. Expires, best practices for a single agent. And what you're supposed to do is review all of those manuals, try them all out, and then choose the 2 you're going to focus on most. That's it. So we have the models. We have the models, single agent, team, all the way up to 7th level. And number 3, think value in customer service and experience. Think value in customer service and experience. That is about repeat and referral. Number 3 is how you get repeat and referral. Number 4, think competitively and strategically. Competitively and strategically. Competitively is lore, your language of real estate. What is the Board of Realtors? Is the Board of Realtors up 5% compared to last year? You ought to be up ahead of the board. Be ahead of the board. In my world, owning multiple market centers and having my own business, I want my market center to be beating the board, and I want my team to be beating the market center. And that is literally thinking competitively. I want my days on market to be shorter. I want my list to sell price ratio to be higher. I want my people to be better, faster, swifter, and more aggressive than the competitors, period. And that shows up in the numbers. Being competitive means an addiction to the numbers, the rankings. How are we doing? And then strategically is making research tell you where is the game best played. In every market, there are parts of the market that are more on fire than other parts of the market. Are you keeping your eyes open? Are you aware of what's going on? There are parts of the market that get cooler, there are parts that get hotter, and it feels like it's pretty constant, but it's not. You'll discover that there are pockets of opportunity, and sometimes what you're working is actually working less well than other parts of the marketplace. And you've got to figure that out. If your hunt is for increasing your sales, you've got to find out where the game is. The game. The game right now, in the industry right now, is listing agents. The people who can list more property are winning the game hands down, because everything is selling. So the game is not to focus on buyer and seller lead gen. The game right now is listings, period. 5, think action and accountability. That word action should be respelled W-O-R-K. It's about work, ladies and gentlemen. And accountability, that's simply tracking your numbers on a weekly basis and reporting them to somebody who will help you when you're not doing well, or applaud you when you are doing well. But reporting your numbers, if you have any sense of integrity, reporting your numbers to somebody else brings focus to you. Focus. Nobody likes every week to walk in and turn in bad numbers if they have any sense of integrity. And it makes you focus during the week to get your dang numbers done, or it's embarrassing. And then number 6, talent, systems, and standards. Again, systems and standards and talent add up to customer service and sales. Number 7, think knowledge, which is being learning based. You're all here. You're all here. I don't know how many agents are in your market center or how many agents are in the area that you work, but realize it's a minority of that group that's on this training. Now, if you really think about it, people who consistently go to training and implement the training will consistently get an edge over their competition, because people who don't go to training get lulled into thinking just the way they're doing things is just the way to do it. And over time, we all know things change and opportunities get created to people who pay attention, and the people who don't pay attention lose market share. And that is going on right now, and it's always going on forever. My wife and I, some of you know this, my wife and I lost our home and everything in Hurricane Andrew in Miami. That's where we started in real estate. And when we did, and I mean everything, we lost our 3-level home, became a 1.5-level home, 1 of 2 cars. Our listings were destroyed because, like everybody, typically we lived and worked in the same area. We ended up relocating up to Tallahassee and restarted our business. And our goal the first year, we were in the business 4 years, and we had a really good grasp on the fundamentals of how to make sales. We really did. And our goal the first year was to be in the top 10 out of 1,100 agents. And by the end of the year, we were number 9. And a lot of agents at the awards ceremony kept coming up to us going, "Who are you people? I've heard your name before, but where'd you come from? How long have you been here?" And the second year, we were number 1. This was 2 years in a brand new market. And I'm telling you, what we explored, what we exploited, might be a better word, is exactly this. It's all the weak underbellies of these agents that thought they knew enough that they didn't need to learn anything else. And they had no idea what we were doing. And we were using the science of real estate sales to drive our focus. We found the hottest turnover neighborhoods in the market, and then we did a incredibly intense circle prospect approach. We mailed, we called, and we door knocked, and in 6 months we had more listings in those 2 hot neighborhoods than anybody else, because nobody else was doing anything but sending a postcard. And we hammered the market. We took over the market because of what I'm talking about to you today. And skills is 2 things: skills with technology and skills with people. These are the 2 skill sets that are separating the 20% of agents from the 80%. And realize when I say skill with people, I'm definitely talking about hiring people, but I'm also talking about skilled with your Met database and getting referrals and repeats. It's skill with people and skill with technology that will win the game, period. Number 8, think persistence and resilience. This literally boils down to don't quit. Don't quit. But it also means do what others are unwilling to do. When you will do what others don't do, you will kill them in the marketplace. They're lovely people, our competitors, but I want to kill them in the marketplace. And it's just friendly competition, but I want my numbers to be better than their numbers, period. And you really do need to understand how that powers a lot of success. I mentioned we started pre-listing packages and we took market share, and then other people started copying us. And then we said, well, let's deliver the package to their office within 30 minutes of the phone call. Now, we've been doing that for over a decade. Guess how many of my competitors are doing that? That's right, 0. So now we're consistently doing what they want to, and we're continuing to take business out of that office, which is taking business from other agents who are sending nothing to their Met database at the office ever. So no one in their office knows who their favorite agent is. And every one of my clients in their office, everybody knows who their favorite agent is. I will do what others won't do, and I will dominate because of it, period. Think profit. The goal of all business is profit. There's no question about this. And don't confuse your pay with your profit. When we talk about the budget model later today, we're going to show you how to separate your pay from your profit, but don't get them mixed up. When you have a profit is used to, number one, grow the business, or number two, as a reward for owning the business. And when you get that reward for owning the business, you should put your profit into investments or debt reduction. You shouldn't spend it on your lifestyle. Until you truly are wealthy, you must be putting some of the money you earn into investing and debt reduction, or you're simply foolish. No offense. Love you, but it's foolish. So turn the page and it talks about the big why. I don't have a slide for this one either, so there is no slide, but you can get it. No, wait, this one is a slide. I'm sorry. So I think powered by a big why. I talked about that. It's the monetization of the life you want, and that should be your big why. The minute you have a big goal, then you come up with a big model. And that big goal will be the number of houses you need to sell to make the money you want. And then the last thing is action. Think action and accountability. Action and accountability is the name of the game. We're going to look at each one of these, and I'm going to stop right now and go to the whiteboard because I want you to look at a financial lid analysis to define your big why. And that will tell you how many homes you need to sell. So again, Dylan, if you can put me on spotlight, everyone, that would be important. So when you look at your life, what you're trying to fund, thank you, that's perfect. What you're trying to fund, first and foremost, is a lifestyle. A lifestyle. Now, this is a financial lid analysis. Your lid is all the money you need to make to have the life you want. Your lifestyle is your housing, it's your cars. Pre-COVID, it's your dining out. I mean, some of you are still dining out, I'm sure, but it's your dining out, it's your clothing. Pre-COVID, it's your vacations. And let's just assume COVID is not in the picture right now because it's going to be behind us, hopefully this year. But it's all that stuff. What about your faith? What about your faith? Your church, temple, mosque, synagogue, your faith. How do you feel about your faith? When they pass the plate, do you put in $1, $10, $100? Do you give $1,000 a year? What about $1,000 a month? How do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? If you make $5,000 a sale, if you sold 3 extra houses a year, just 3, that's 1 every 4 months. You could give $15,000 to your faith. I'm not telling you you should do that or you could do that. I'm just telling you, how do you feel about it? Because you can sell whatever number of houses you want to sell. This is up to you. What about charities? What about charities? I'm not telling you anything you don't know, so forgive me, but there are millions of Americans out of work, and this is everywhere. There are people who are struggling mightily. There are restaurants that are going out of business. There's stores that are going out of business. There are more people standing in, for lack of a more dignified term, bread lines. There are people getting food handouts all over this country because of how hard things are. Well, We're having a great year, ladies and gentlemen. Real estate agents having a great year. How much money are you giving to help all these people? How do you feel about this stuff? Because what we're talking about is what kind of lifestyle do you want? Do you want to be someone who gives money and time to charities and to your faith? Do you want to be that person? If you do, figure out the price tag. What about your children? The number of people we have here, I'm sure there's some of you with young children. If you got a couple of kids under the age of 5, you're going to have 2 kids in college at the same time. And if you haven't looked into it, this is not going to be cheap. My wife and I have 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, proud of every single one of them. And they're all doing really well. And we've had 2 kids in college at the same time for 21 years in a row. My kids, let me tell you what, they love college. I truly believe that a parent should help their children get teed up for life. And a big part of that is getting ready for their vocation. And I had the wrong career twice before I found real estate. And I don't want my kids, if they can avoid it, to go into the wrong career. I'd love it for them to figure it out up front. And because of that, our kids have freedom from us to change their mind about their career trajectory. Because as you go to school and as you learn stuff, that can happen. So I have one daughter who got her bachelor's degree and then went and got a master's degree, and she was headed down this path. And then she changed her mind and went down another path and got another master's degree. And then she changed her mind and went down another path and got another master's degree. And then she went and got a PhD when she finally found the thing that she wanted. And now she's renowned in her field in the world. She speaks in Europe, she speaks in America, and she's brilliant. And she loves her work. And Rebecca, her mother, Rebecca and I, my wife, that's what we want for the kids. That's what we want. You got to find that thing that you love. And we want them to do that. I got a son who's a lawyer in a big firm, loves his work. He should. He argued with me day and night when he was a boy. I kept telling him, you need to be a lawyer. Sue people. He's really good at it. I have 2 kids in college right now. My youngest son is a senior in college. And we thought he was going to be getting multiple degrees too. And then he told us, and he was pulling our leg, he said, I've decided I'm not going to pursue a master's degree. And Rebecca and I are like, oh my gosh, he's going to just get a bachelor's and go to work. This is amazing. And he said, he dropped the other shoe. He said, I'm going straight into the 6-year PhD program. Well, there you go. There you go. And my point about saying all this is that you have to be ready for this. This may not happen. You might have a kid who's better with their hands than their brains, and they want to be a plumber. I got a really good friend, a lifelong friend, who was like that. And now he owns a plumbing company in North Florida, and he's got a home in Bimini, and he makes more money than just about all the people he graduated high school with and went to college. So it ain't about you have to go to college. It's about finding something you're good and passionate about. And unpaid college debt is an epidemic in this country. I'm assuming you all know that. The debt that a lot of kids have, and they're adults now, but the debt they have is measured in the trillions, not billions, trillions. It's $1.6 trillion. That's $1,600 billion. You know why that debt exists? Because parents can't pay for college. They don't have enough money to pay for college. That's why it exists. So this is a sticking point for me, and that's why I'm beating it. Are you making enough money to put money away or to buy investments that's going to pay for your kids' college? And that's college if they work hard for 12 years and get into a dream school. Because a lot of the state money that programs you can get in, we got into them. That money, that doesn't pay for dream schools. my youngest daughter's in college also. She's starting her second career, and I'm serious. She graduated in 3 years with a degree in communications from the Steinhardt School at NYU. She had a very successful podcast as a senior project in communications. It was picked up by NPR. It was played all over the nation. She got a job offer from a travel agency to build up their worldwide online presence through social media. She had everything lined up, and then she had a turn of mind, and she decided she wanted to go into neonatal medicine. Woo! Well, that's a total reset for college. So her schooling is $65,000. His is $63,000. That's $125,000 a year. You got to earn $175,000 to pay the IRS tax to have the $125,000 left over. Are you ready for this? Some of you, this group is big enough. Some of you might have kids right now that have graduated and have college debt. How would it feel for you to give your kids a present where your college debt is now paid? How would that feel to you? I got 4 kids, so we know a lot of parents of our kids' friends. A lot of parents. Our kids have grown up with their kids. We've grown up with them, and we have conversations. And I know how many parents have pain because they can't pay for their kids' college, and the kid has to take on debt, and it's painful. The last thing I'm going to talk about here is aging parents. This is another real issue in our country. The fastest growing demographic declaring bankruptcy in the United States of America is people 62 and older, which means retiring Americans in a few years have a high probability of running out of money and becoming financially insolvent. And the retirement that they dreamed about is gone. And the conditions they live in are not pretty. Now, I'm going to guess a lot of you are like me in that my parents didn't talk to me about their money. My dad never talked to me about his money. And I didn't feel it was my privilege to say, tell me about your money, Pops. I don't think that would have gone over well. But he finally did talk to me about his money, and it was when he turned 91. 91. I love my dad, and he lived to be 93. But he got ailments, and there were multiple ailments. And when he was 91, we were going back and forth to the Mayo Clinic, which insurance does not cover everything that the Mayo Clinic does. And he finally told me that he was afraid that the cash they had was going to run out on the medical bills. And I remember he told me one teary night that he would rather just die and end the medical bills so that Mom wouldn't run out of money. And it broke my heart. And I told him, that's not going to happen, Dad. Not going to happen. We will take care of Mom for as many years as she has left, period. And by take care of her, he wanted her to live her life out in the home and not be institutionalized, which is what she wanted. That was her biggest fear. So when he passed away, my mom, who has dementia, we had to have round-the-clock caregivers for her. And that was $156,000 a year. Are you ready for this stuff, ladies and gentlemen? And is it a part of your vision of your life that you say, kids, I've got your college. Mom and Dad, I'll pay the rent. You're set. Here's food money. Here's medical bill money. I got you covered. That's your lifestyle choice, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw a number here. It's a big one. Maybe not big to some of you. It's too small for me, but it's 400,000. 400,000. By the way, that number will include a second home, a vacation home. Got to have some fun too. Okay. The minute you know that number, ladies and gentlemen, then you need to look at another number. And the number is this: you're investing. Investing. A lot of people I talk to about investing, and they talk about it like it's, well, you want to do as much as you can. I get that. I don't disagree with that, but you can't build a plan to, quote, as much as you can. There's no plan building. And what you need to have is a plan. And the plan is about that number. In other words, you want to get the asset base assets that throw off a dividend, rent, if it's rental property, that will equal or exceed that number annually. That's the whole point of investments, is to get unearned income that one day meets or exceeds the money you need to live the life you want. And when you do, you have freedom. You have freedom. Now, the strategy is laid out for doing this in real estate in the MREI book, the Millionaire Real Estate Investor book. And you need to look at that book really hard, because that's where you all need to invest because of leverage. But I don't know anybody who would do investing and not want to get a 10% ROI, 10% return on investment or better. 10% plus. And you can do that all day and all night with real estate. You can do that with some shares. You can do that with some other financial instruments, but a lot of them you can't. And a lot of them, the money is irregular. There are lots of great stocks to buy, but some of them don't pay a dividend except quarterly. But if you did it in real estate or stocks or bonds, your wealth building is always going to be the same thing. It's going to take you years to build up real wealth. If you're buying stocks or real estate or whatever, it's going to take you years, because you got to put time and money into it. So if you bought $400,000 worth of real estate every year for 10 years, you'd have 4 million. 4 million at 10% return is 400,000. So you're going to need 4 million. Now, if you got 4 million in stocks, it would cost you 4 million. If you got 4 million in real estate, it would cost you 800,000. The 3.2 million that you didn't have to buy that real estate is going to be paid by tenants. And that is the gift, the sublime gift, the incredible gift of real estate investing. Is people you don't know will buy 80% of your wealth for you. You got to do this. So in order to do this annually, to buy 4 $100,000 properties, or 2 $200,000, or 1 $400,000, whatever, I'm going to need 20% down, or 80,000 a year. And then that leads to debt. Because financial freedom is actually the money coming in without work to fund the life I want, and I have no debt. And the biggest debt you have annually is the IRS. And then there's state tax. You have a mortgage. You have credit cards. Whatever. You want to get rid of all debt. You want to get rid of it. The amount of debt money you need at a minimum is 50% of LI added up. So this is L plus I divided by 2 and added up. So if I have 400,000 here, I have 80,000 here, 50% of 480 is 240. So I need 240,000 here. And if I add that up, what do I get? 480 plus 240, 720,000. That's how much money you need a year for you. And remember, your IRS tax money is in that. It's in that. But you need 720,000 for a $400,000 lifestyle, and money to make investments, and money to pay all your taxes and pay off your mortgage. Now, you're not done, because if you're lucky enough to sell houses as a single agent at a price point where you can make 720, let's say you can do 36 sales and make 720, that's awesome. You still have to gross this number up. You got to add 15%. And that is your operating expense, but no salary. Operating expense includes lead gen and salaries and a whole bunch of little expenses. You don't have admin, but you do have lead gen and all those other little expenses. So you add 15% on top of that. If you need to sell 60 houses and you need to hire full-time admin to do that, then you're going to gross it up by 30%. If you have to sell 100 houses, you're going to have a level 4 team, you're going to gross it up by 40%. And if you have a low price and you got to go all the way up to 300 houses, you'd gross it up by 50%. And the most you gross it up is 60%, and that's the net $1 million gross up. But the point is, you gross it up, and then you take that amount of money, let's say it's $1 million. Now you're talking about gross $1 million. If you can make 10 grand a sale, you need to sell 100 houses, period. And that 100 houses is the goal for all years business. That's the goal. And that's the number of houses you need to sell to fund your big why. Okay. Hopefully that gave you food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. And a dirty little truth about this business is a lot of agents are making more money than they ever made in their life. And they're not making enough money to do this. And they're not thinking about it. They're not making enough money, even though it's more money there. That's the problem when you make more money you ever made in your life. You think, woo, this is great. And it might not be enough. So I'm going to get back out of this, and we're going to take a break. Everybody needs to think about this maybe. Let's take a break. But before we go on break, do you have any questions? Are there any things you want to talk about? This is a quiet group. Did that exercise like hit you in the head or something? Is that like, oh my God?
Gene, I could talk to you for hours, so I'll ask a question.
Okay.
You say gross up 40%, and if you're looking on the model perspective on a cost of sale and expenses at 30/30, where are you getting 40%, grossing that up to 40%?
Well, it just depends on the level of expense you're going to need, right? So if you do a single agent, again, their hard costs are 15%.
I want to be selfish. I want to talk about me.
Okay.
So
Okay.
talk about a smaller team.
Okay. So what, like 4 people? 2
Yeah.
admin, 2 agents?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, that team, I don't know what your average sales price, but that team is
225.
Is that 225?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you're right around the MREA model number, which is 250, and it actually dropped to 238 in MREA 2 studies. So you're almost right on the button for the number calculated in the model. So that number, you'll need to sell about 140 to 150 houses to get to gross $1 million at that number. Does that sound about right?
It is, because we'll be at about 800,000 this year at 125 units.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So you got to be about 140, 150 units, right? So you're going to have slightly higher expenses. But if you're at 30, 30, 40, if you get to gross $1 million, where would that 40% be? 400,000,
Mm-hmm.
right? That'd be 400,000.
And that would include cost of sales and expenses?
Absolutely.
I see.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So you just got to gross it up by what your overhead is. Don't worry so much about the formula. Worry about whatever your overhead's going to be. You got to add that on top of the money you're trying to take home. This isn't complicated, right?
Correct.
You got to do that. You got to add your expenses on top of it.
Okay.
But realize your labor is part of the money that you get. Are you
Yeah.
following that? So
I
the
do.
cost of sales, if you don't have a listing specialist, you're the listing specialist,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So that money you're making.
Yes.
Right? So the 30, 30, 40 assumes a pay for the buy side and the list side. But if you're not taking the pay and you're taking it in the profit, then your overhead is not as high as you think it is. It's not 30% cost of sales.
It's not. It's about 27, 28%.
Well, there you go.
And then, yeah,
There you go.
fantastic.
Everything about a model, and this is real, everything about a model, you need to tailor it to your local numbers, right? You've got to figure out what are your actual costs and what are your actual conversions, right? So you always tailor it based on real world. The model is an example of what should work just about anywhere, no matter what. But like luxury agents will have more admin than agents on their team. And they usually have a factor of two times as many admin as agents. But that's because they got to do a lot of kissing up to all those rich folks,
Yeah.
delivering chocolates to them. I'm sorry, it was so stressful getting ready for the open house. Here's some chocolates and a gift card for pampering at Chez Soi, right? I'm not kidding. There's a lot of, touchy-feely going on. So they'll have more admin than agents. But in lower markets in the Midwest, where you got prices under 200,000, they'll have more agents than admin because it's just hard to make a lot of money. They got to make a lot of sales. That's what they got to do. So you got to do what you got to do.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, the big point out of this is for everybody to understand, you need to think about how much money you need to be making. And when Gary says, and I know you've all heard him say it, you can be anywhere you want to be in 5 years, anywhere. And what an agent ought to understand is there's no cap on how many homes you sell. The cap is you. You hold yourself back. There's nobody holding you back. Nobody is holding you back. Nobody. So when you figure out how much money you want to make, you look at the model for that, and then you start building that thing. This might be a little sacrilegious, but some of you need to build something that might take you 2 years to build. And your business plan is not the business plan for 2015. Your business plan is building that thing, and you have a 2-year business plan. You have to start building that thing and just get after it and just keep building. If I hired one person every 90 days and that's following the model, I'd add 100 units of sales. So in 2 years, I could go from a single agent to a team capable of doing 200 to 240 sales. And I do that by hiring one person every 90 days, period. So you don't have a 1-year goal, you have a 2-year goal of hiring 8 or 7 people. Does that make sense? And that's how you build a business plan to get to the kind of money you want to make. The 1-year thing is an artifice. It's just an arbitrary line in the sand. Every year we reset our business plan. There are many businesses that reset for 5 years, right? They have a plan and a vision, and they're building for 5 years until they get that business where they want to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a
If
really unique
we-
perspective.
Yeah, when you figure out what you want, start building it. And I assure you along the way, you'll be making more money steadily. But until you have a plan to get you where you want to be, you're wasting time. No offense, but you're just wasting time piddling around with a plan that's not the plan for where you want to be. Why don't you have a plan for where you want to be and just get to work on it? The only way we got to number 1 in 2 years in a brand new market is because we had a 2-year plan to dominate the market. And along the way, we made the top 10 the first year, but that was not our destination. We wanted to be number 1. We looked at who was selling the most houses. We said, we want to beat that person. And we wrote a plan, how many people we had to hire. And it was 2 years, 2 years of work and hiring and marketing and lead gen, and boom, we landed number 1. Everybody's going like, how'd you do that? Well, we had a written plan, sucker, and we followed it. There was nothing magic about it. It was WORK like crazy. And we had a plan and we hired people and we just got after it. And now you're all looking at our tailpipes. And that's really what this is about. I want you to wake up. And if you need to really go for it, start going for it. Time is wasting. Time is just wasting. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. All right, let's take a break. It's 10:40, 10 minutes. Be back at 10:50. I hope this is helping y'all. Some of you, I know it might be paining you. I apologize. I apologize. Oh, Lordy. How you doing, birthday girl?
Doing well. Everyone's loving this.
Okay, good. I was just talking about you. I feel so bad. You're sitting here working on your day, on your big day, birthday.
I love to work. This is what I enjoy doing, so, you know. Can't think, I'm seriously, I mean, I love this, that this is so much better than what I teach. That's why I was just texting my OP. I'm like, he's so much more intense than ours. Aren't you happy we got him? So,
Well, that's very sweet of you to say. Okay. I'm not checking. Were there any questions in the chat?
I don't see anything. I
No.
think.
Hey, Gene, this is Rick Painter. I'm a absolute brand new agent. Just got my license on December the 3rd. And I just had a question. What do you think the most important thing for a new agent to concentrate on would be, in your opinion?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. You need to learn as fast as you can. You need to learn how to get one appointment a week.
Okay.
Buyer or seller. I don't care what it is. Later, I care about who it is, but right now, the number one, if you talk to NAR is a revolving door membership, meaning people get into NAR and then the average is 2.8 years later, they give up their license.
Wow.
And when they research that number, the number one reason people don't stay in the business is erratic income. When you have a month where you don't make a dime and you have bills to pay, that's very hard, right?
Yes.
So the number one thing you have to get to is consistent income. And the way to have consistent income is consistent appointments with buyers or sellers. So the real secret to making money is consistent appointments.
Gotcha.
So you have to get good at having one appointment a week. I don't care if it's a buyer or seller. The research says if you can get the appointment, you will have 50% of those end up as a closing. And we'll look at that in a minute, Rick. It's called the economic model. So if you could do 50 appointments a year, you're going to have 25 closings. 25 closings would definitely mean you'll have money every single month all year, and you get to stay in the business.
Awesome.
And you get to stay in the business. That's it.
Throughout the rest of this course, do you discuss anything about how to accomplish that, or is that another model?
Oh, absolutely. No, that'll be your lead generation model, and we're going to talk about that. And you'll be thinking about the assets you have right now, people that you know, right? What'd you do before real estate?
I was in the worked for AT&T in the telecom industry for about 23 years.
And was that in the area that you live in?
Most of it, yes. About this past 16 years has been here in Bethlehem, Georgia.
Okay. So you know people out there, business people?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, those are quote past clients.
Gotcha.
So you've got friends, but you've also got past clients. And if you did a good job for those people working with AT&T, guess what? The trust they have in you is transferable.
Gotcha.
Meaning if you say, okay, I'm not with AT&T anymore, but the same service and attention I gave you via AT&T, I'll now give you as a real estate agent. And people will believe you because they know what you did with them.
Gotcha.
That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Past clients, past coworkers, anybody
go.
living in a house or needs housing. Gotcha.
There you go. We'll talk about that later. So just pause that. Okay, so you're all back. It's time to rock and bop. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint and we will motor on from the current slide. There we go. Look at the bottom of page 2.7. And what it says, that quote, one thing all high achievers have in common is they are working for a big why. And that was this exercise that I took you through. I really want you to think big and think big about your life. Think about what that cost and make that money. On page 9, it talks about big goals and big models. I'm sorry, on page 2.9, it talks about big goals and big models. It's got that picture of Mount Everest, and it's about thinking big, aiming high, and acting bold. If you start at the bottom, and I'm just going to feed these to you. If you start at the bottom, that box that says right now, and I would write in there leads, build a plan for leads, lead generation. It says the daily goal should be appointment booked. You should try to book an appointment every single day because they're hard to get. You should try to book one every single day. The weekly goal is appointments held and clients signed, because when you have an appointment, the goal is to sign them up as a client. The monthly goal is fully executed contracts and closings. The yearly goal, if you're a single agent, in 1 year, you can build a level 4 team. That's what Zach and I were talking about. You can build a level 4 team in 1 year. We'll look at that later when we talk about the org model. So level 4 team, 1 year into the business. 5-year goal, what does Gary say? Be anywhere you want to be in 5 years. You got $1 million net business, $1 million net business. And then your someday goal is financial freedom. Financial freedom. Your debts are paid and you have the money coming in without working that funds the life you want. And I want you all to hear that. That's not like some fantastical thing that somebody wrote in a book that almost nobody gets. You can get there. You can get there. You can get there, literally. You know my story. My wife and I ended up with nothing and lived in a garage. And in 2 years, we were #1 in the market. You can get there. You just got to have a written plan and do the dang work. And I'm not making a joke and I'm not being glib about it. It's not easy, but it is simple. It's hard work, but it's not difficult. We have a home on the Gulf Coast, a beach house. We have a home in the mountains in Canada, snow skiing mountain, a resort mountain. We have a home in Manhattan, in New York City, and I got a place in Jacksonville. And I have exactly, my wife and I have designed our life, and we have exactly the life we want. And I do not have to work if I don't want to at all. And you know what? I like working. I'm like Patricia. I like working. I'm working. And what I'm really working on now is to keep growing businesses to provide opportunity for the people that have blessed me with their presence in my life for many, many years. People have really helped us get where we are. And now they're going to get theirs. And that requires we keep growing. We keep growing. And that's what you'll see in this company. On page 2.11, the following one, think action and accountability. Again, when you see action, it's that 4-letter word, work, W-O-R-K, do the dang work. Once you have a plan, execute your plan. You should know 6 hours of an 8-hour day, you should know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And I know agents, again, I've got agents all across North Florida. I know agents, basically, they wake up every day and they, I'm sure they think to themselves, okay, what am I going to do today? And that is, I'm laughing because that's all I can do. I'd either cry or I'd laugh. I have to laugh at it, but it's like, so what are you going to do today? Well, I don't know. Oh my gosh, you are lost. You're just lost if that's your day. You should wake up, and command is going to be exceptional for this. If you're not utilizing command, you will know exactly what you need to do and when you need to do it for 6 hours of an 8-hour day. Never book 8 hours of an 8-hour day. You need to keep open time every day because this business will create instant showings. It will create a client who's on fire, and you got to take care of that client. Bobby, calm down, Bobby. Listen, I can't talk right now. I'm tied up, but at 4 o'clock, I can talk. In fact, I can come over and see you. So I'll talk to you or see you at 4 o'clock. And that's because you have time open. You got to have time open for that stuff, period. Business, by the way, business is generally like that. So hold yourself accountable to staying focused and on task. This graph is the best graph on page 2.11 I've ever seen about accountability. Again, there's not a slide for this. That's why I'm not showing it to you. It tells you set goals, do the activities, measure the results, evaluate and make adjustments, and then it starts all over again. This is a daily or weekly cycle. Monthly accountability is irrelevant. It's daily and weekly. And if you build a team like Zach's got or I've got, it is weekly once they're past their 30, 60, 90. But when I hire somebody, there's going to be 90 days for them to get in the right habits. That's what the 30, 60, 90 is about. Somebody's got a job, the job has a 20%. The 20% is done consistently over and over and over again. If I hire a listing manager, they're constantly talking to our sellers over and over and over again. They're constantly watching the market activity on the internet and showings and page views over and over and over. I got to get them in the habits of doing the repetitive 20%. Not everything, but the 20%. If I can get them there in 90 days where they're exercising the right habits without me pushing them, then they go from daily accountability to weekly. And the minute they fall off track weekly, they go right back to daily. And it'll probably be not for a week, it'll probably be for 2 weeks and maybe a month. And that daily accountability is painful. And it's painful to them and it's painful to me. I don't want to do it. I don't have the time to daily hold you accountable. But if that's what you created, I'm going to do it. If you don't hit your numbers, I'm going to do it. And we'll do a PIP, a performance improvement plan, if it takes some further training or whatever. But after a 30 or 60 day period max, you're either on track or you're fired, period. But this is the way to think about your own personal accountability. If you're a single agent, got no employees, but there's nobody holding you accountable, you got to do this on your own, on yourself. Every week, you're gut checking. Did I do the activities? Did I get the results I wanted? What do I need to change and adjust? And then next week I get after a slightly different version of what I was doing before. If you turn the page on 2.13, it shows you the 411 is a weekly tool in order to keep on track. Notice that little box. You can find the tool on the training applet and on KW Connect under resources, KW 411. There are many 411s to get. If you turn the page to 2.15, that's the one. This is in here because of me. And I'll take full credit because I love this one. There are other variations, but this is the one you should use. Notice this 411 has, like all 411s at the top, annual goals, monthly goals, and then weekly. It says weekly goals. That word should be dropped. It should say weekly activities, weekly actions, weekly behaviors. Month and year, year and month are goals. The week is activities, and that's what you track. So you always start with the end in mind. And when you look on the top right on this 411, it says annual personal goals. Your personal goals should be 3 things: health, physical health. You need to pay attention to your physical health. Health has 3 elements to it: diet, exercise, and rest. These are things you control. These are things without pills, without doctors. You'll need, if you have certain conditions, you'll clearly need medical people to help you with your health. But generally speaking, everyday people, your health is 3 things: diet, exercise, and rest. Most people need to focus on one of those components more than another. And then that's the one you focus on, whatever it is. Then you need to focus on vacations, and you need to put vacations on the calendar for 2021 right now. Put them on the calendar. Here's your challenge. You got to earn them. You got to earn them. If you're not making the money you're supposed to be making, you haven't earned a vacation. And I'm serious about this. Don't spend money you can't afford to spend. Just because you told the family you'd go on vacation and now you're not making enough money to afford to go on vacation, tell the truth. Say, I'm behind in my numbers, kids. I apologize to you, but we can't afford that vacation now. I will make it up to you, I promise, but I can't do it right now. But if you can do it, I'd recommend you have 1 week off every 90 days. I'd recommend a vacation for every season. A winter vacation in snow where you can play in snow, a spring vacation where flowers are blooming somewhere like crazy, a summer vacation at the beach in Florida. How about that? And then a fall vacation where you can see the leaves turn color. And I'm not kidding about this travel. When I say that, I'm not kidding about thinking big. Go watch the leaves turn color in Paris along the Seine River. Go see the snow on the mountain in Switzerland or South America. You got to think big and aim high, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's going to give it to you, folks. It's your life to craft. And then the third thing is personal growth. And personal growth could be a lot of stuff. It could be a spiritual retreat. It could be rebuilding a school in Puerto Rico. It could be learning a foreign language. It could be mountain climbing. It could be all kinds of things, just challenges you give yourself that aren't necessarily fun and they're not necessarily about making money, but you feel like if I do this, I improve as a person. I am more accomplished as a human being. I need personal growth. You need it. I need it. Everybody needs it. It's not work. It's not play. It often benefits other people or a cause, cleaning up the beach, right? Whatever it is, but you need it. Your life should not be about playing and making money. There's more important things to think about besides that in terms of you. And then the annual personal goals, we've already done it. LID, fund the life you want, make investments to grow your wealth and unearned income, and eliminate debt as a fear factor for living, period. Your annual business goal is 2 things. It's not complicated. All businesses have 2 goals annually. Number 1 is make a profit. Number 2 is grow. And you need to make a profit because profit is how you fund growth, as we discussed a minute ago. Profit is how you fund growth. The only other way, if you don't have a profit, the only other way is to fund it through debt. And that is not recommended. Not recommended. Rebecca and I have 10 businesses, and our businesses have 0 debt. 0. None. And I can sleep nights because I don't have businesses with big debts over my head. It's just ridiculous to have debt. And then the annual job goals. Now we're all in real estate, residential sales. There might be some commercial people here, but the bottom line is, remember the 411 is the 20%. It's not everything, it's the 20%. The 20% of our job selling residential property is this. And it's not only one thing, it's one thing at a time. So if you're trying to build sales, the young man I was talking to who's new, if you're trying to build sales, the number one thing for you to do is talk to people. Talk to people. The more people you talk to, the more sales you're going to do. And I'm not kidding. A lot of you have been to Bold. You know what Bold is. Bold is simply practicing what to say and then saying it to a lot of people. And if you do that, you get business. It is not complicated. So the number one thing our businesses must do is talk to people. I've got admin staff, I've got agents, and 7 days a week, someone on our team is talking to people about buying or selling real estate. That is fundamentally important. I'm going to say it again. That is fundamentally important. In other words, without that, you're not going to get where you want to go. I don't care what else you do. I don't. A lot of people think internet leads mean that doesn't happen. No, not at all. You're wrong. Talk can be face-to-face, on the phone. It can be emailing, and it can be texting. But it's a valid talk if you're passing information back and forth, if you're collecting data about buying, selling, or referring real estate. That's a valid talk. Number 2 is appointments. Talk should lead to appointments. And appointments should lead to clients. You should have a pipeline of clients that you're working with, a pipeline. Some are buying this month, some are buying in January, some might be buying in February, but you have a pipeline of clients, and then you have fully executed contracts. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your 20. That's your 20. That's your 20. So if your contact goal, now this is our goal, we have 5,600, actually it's now probably closer to 5,700 past clients. We have 118 people having a deed anniversary date every week. Think about that. That alone is worth mining. And the point of that is we don't have to talk to as many people as most agents do, because most agents have to talk to a lot of strangers. We don't have to talk to a lot of strangers. We got a lot of people that are past clients. So our goal is 10 a day, 50 a week for each and every person. 10 a day, 50 for the week, 5 days a week. That would be 2,500 for the year. So the yearly goal on contacts is 2,500. By the time you get to the week, they got to do 50. But remember, it's about the actions. So it might be 20 past client care calls, 20 open house visitor follow-ups and cultivation, and 10 door knocks in our geographic farm. So it's very specific about the actions they're going to take to make the contacts. You're not just restating the contact goal number. You're talking about what is going to be done to achieve that. And that's the way the 411 works, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good thing. Okay, they don't have my, yeah, got to back up again. They don't have a slide for this either. I'm still not used to the missing slides here. On page 2.17, it says think, action, and accountability, and it's talking about command and utilizing command. I'm going to read you this top paragraph here. Command is more than just a CRM. It houses a suite of industry-defining interconnected tools supporting you from lead to close to lifetime client connection. Command is powered by AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And if used consistently, it will prioritize your leads, your goals, your data, and create a go-to market plan that truly delivers. And that's an absolute fact. I want to share some numbers with you about Command so that you're clear on this. In the third quarter, just in 90 days, there were 120.8 million home searches on the KW app. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only going to be about 6 million residential resales this year, and there are 120, almost 121 million home searches on our app. If you don't have the app loaded on all of your Met Databases phone, that's your goal between now and the 1st of January is get that app loaded. Send them an email, give them a link, follow up. Did they load it? You can check yourself. Did they load it? Get it on their phones. Agents have added 60.8 million contacts in Command. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1/5 of the United States population in Command. 1/5. If you haven't loaded your database in there, you're starving the tool to some degree from being able to learn. Agents have closed 282 billion in sales volume year to date. Keller Williams agents are closing $1 billion of real estate a day. A day. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some groundbreaking numbers here. Agents have created a cumulative 2,131,741 unique templated designs in designs. And these are all accessible to you to pick and choose what you want to use. Agents have tracked and managed 2.4 million transactions in Command through the year. There's 6 million sold, ladies and gentlemen, this year. We're knocking on 50% of the national sales number. This is huge. This is huge. Campaigns, the Campaigns app has generated over 2 million leads with an average cost of $1.76. There's nobody who's got anything to touch that. Nobody. Agents have run, get this, smart plans to their Met database, 21,111,975 smart plans. And all of those are at your disposal. Command now has 143,000. The number is higher than what I told you, 143,000 active users. And referrals have been generated in Command in the third quarter equaled 18,597. You need to be on Command. The foundational model on 2.19, the foundational model of MREA is this: leads, listings, and leverage. I have the shirt on that has a modern art look at the famous triangle here, leads, listings, and leverage. The business plan on page 2.19, number 4, a business plan built on models, is an annual roadmap detailing your business's future objectives and directions for achieving it. It gives clarity on the exact activities. It removes guessing and creates items that you can be tracking and be held accountable to so that you get where you want to go. And here's a little quiz, and the answer to every one of these is yes. It'll help me achieve the money I want for my lifestyle. Yes. Tell me how many appointments to attend each week. Yes. Tell me or help me control my business expense. Yes. Help me identify when and how I can grow. Yes. Identify my Legion strengths and opportunities. Yes. Help me determine when to hire. Yep. And save me time. Yep. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. These are the 5 fundamental models of the business plan. Number 1 is the economic model. The economic model is literally the end game. It's the destination. So if you're building a plan for 2021, your economic model will be all your numbers added up by December 31, 2021. How many seller appointments did you go on? How many of those converted to listed seller? How many of those converted to closed seller? How many buyer appointments did you go on? How many of those converted? How many of those converted to sale? What was the average price of your listing sold? What was the average price of your buyers sold? What was your income from all of those sales? All of these numbers added up are your economic model. So it is absolutely a destination. The lead generation model is the roadmap. That's how you get there. If I've got a number of sales I want to do for a year, if I'm trying to do 36 sales in a year, I'm going to need appointments. Appointments start the economic model. The lead gen is how you get the appointments. So the economic model is the destination. The lead gen model is the beginning. It's the start of how I get to the numbers December 31. The budget model is the cost of the trip and the income earned and the net profit, 30, 30, 40. We'll talk about that later. And then the organizational model is simply who do you need on this trip? And if you're a single agent, nobody succeeds alone. You need to always remember that. You have key people as a single agent. There are people who matter to your business. There are people that help you succeed. You might have a lender that does a fabulous job of helping you nail down a buyer. And when they tell you this buyer is going to close, it closes 94% of the time because they do their job really, really well. You might need a property inspector who keeps people from making a mistake, but doesn't scare them away from a home with normal wear and tear. And they're great to work with, and they make you look good because you sent the buyer to this person. So you need to be clear about the people that you have around you. And if you don't think you have anybody helping you succeed, you have the hardest path possible. But the more you get people around you who will help you succeed, the faster and better your success will be. The number 5 is the expansion model. The truth is you have to get 1 through 4 right before you even should attempt number 5. Number 5, expansion, is your ability to have an admin core, not agents. This is about your admin staff, an admin staff that is strong enough to support sales and generate leads in a different city. And that could be anywhere. So your admin core in 1 through 4 is the issue. You do not pass into expansion unless you have done a superb job, and I mean it, a superb job. A lot of agents in Keller Williams, when expansion started, tried expansion, and a lot of them fell flat on their face. And it wasn't that the model didn't work, it's that their admin core was not up to speed. They couldn't handle it. They weren't as good as the Rainmaker wanted them to be. It was a dream, not a reality, that they were ready for expansion, and they weren't. Today, expansion has slowly and steadily continued to develop, and we now have expansion. Let me rephrase that. There is a high probability we will have expansion in Keller Williams offices in all of the top 50 metropolitan areas in America. So it is clearly here to stay, but it is clearly a high risk game if you don't nail 1 through 4. Okay. 5 fundamental models, this is the business plan. The thing that comes before the business plan is the 135. And I'm going to jump out of the PowerPoint and give you your 135. And Dylan, set me up, baby. There you go. He's already got me there. So this is a 135, and I'm going to do it for a level 4 team in honor of Zach. But I'm also going to tell you this will be for a single agent, and this will be for a net $1 million business with tweaks. And I'm going to show you the tweaks. But this 135, therefore, is essentially for everybody with tweaking. And I'll explain it to you. The one in a 135 is always units. It's not money. If you set a goal for your business of 10 million in sales, that could be 10 sales at $1 million each, or 100 sales at 100,000. And 100 sales versus 10 is a very different workload. So you always want to focus on the workload. If you're opening a burger restaurant, you'd be focusing on how many burgers are we trying to sell. And then that would tell you how big the kitchen needs to be, how much freezer space you need, how many people you need in order to sell the number of burgers you're trying to sell. It's not how much money we're trying to make, it's how many burgers we're trying to sell that designs the business. So this would be 120 units because that's the capacity of a level 4 team is 120 units. The 3, 1, 2, 3, oops. Some people learn this as a GPS, a goal, 3 priorities, and 5 strategies for each goal. Doesn't matter, it's the same thing. 1, 3, 5. The 1 is systems. The 2 is tools. And the 3 is people. So I'm going to sell 120 units, and I need systems, and I need tools, and I need people, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5 of the 1, 3. So each one of the 3 has a 5. The systems are lead generation, the seller system, the buyer system, the financial system, and the growth system. The lead gen system is a 30-day wheel. The number one issue in lead generation effectiveness is consistency. You'll do many things for lead gen that you don't do all the time, and that's perfectly okay. But the bedrock, the backbone of a powerful lead gen program is stuff that happens constantly, every single month. And things are going to happen once a month, twice a month, weekly, and daily. And lead generation is 2 things. It's prospecting and marketing. And I'm going to talk about it right now, what the backbone is. This is not necessarily everything, but this is the backbone that must be consistent and steady all the time. The first week of the month. And the way you plan this is you get a generic 30-day calendar out and sit down in front of it. The first week of the month, that's when you would send out a real estate report card or a newsletter. Because the best, most important thing about a newsletter or report card is that it's current. And it's almost always talking about the prior month. So that goes out the first week. The second and fourth week are sphere cultivation mail. So the second and the fourth week. But most agents are doing marketing that is kind of generic. It's buying, selling, leasing, commercial. Remember me for all your real estate leads. Or here's my new listing. That's not the way to do it at all. You should understand you have 2 kinds of business, just like Wendy's has 2 kinds of business. You have buyers and sellers. So there's a seller message the second week and then a buyer message the fourth week. 2 weeks later, new month, seller message. 2 weeks later, buyer message. New month, seller message, you get it. What the messages are about are the different kinds of properties that you deal with. Think about it this way. You have a demographic slice generally of your area. When you look at your MET database and past clients together, it's not like they're all your age. There are younger people, there are older people, there's people your age, there's people with kids, people without kids, there's people that just started their careers, there's people that are retiring out of their careers. If you're like most agents, you have a demographic slice. So there is no one message fits all. There are many messages that need to be said, and they're diverse. So when you look at the properties that you should be messaging about, it's well known and documented by the Census Bureau. This is what home ownership looks like. First-time buyer, growing family, move up, second move up, and downsize. Now, if you have it in your market, you would add to that luxury. If you have it in your market, you would add new construction. In addition to that, that's the housing that they occupy, what I just described. This is what Americans live in. First-time homes, little starter homes or townhomes, growing family, and both of those are utility purchases. So the discussions are about utility. And then you have move up. That's like an interior lot and home in a golf course subdivision. Second move up, now they're on the golf course. Luxury would be in the estate section on acreage overlooking the lake and the golf course, right? And then you have downsides. And in addition to that, you have new construction. But in addition, you need to be messaging about residential real estate investing. So investment purchases. And then you need to throw in second home, which is different than an investment purchase. And then the last is small commercial. Because a lot of your database are probably small business owners, and those people often rent and would like to buy. Now, every one of those properties has a sale side and a buy side face to it. There's a message on both sides about that, right up the ladder. Now, that's what the messaging is about. So that's the marketing. Now you've got the weekly activities and you shift to prospecting. And weekly, agents should utilize leverage in their prospecting. And by that, I mean work groups of people. If you think about it, if I do an open house for 2 hours, I'm going to have a group of 15 people that I'm going to mingle with. Now, they're not all going to be together. It doesn't matter. I'm going to spend 2 hours over here working a group of people. If you have a geographic farm, 2 weeks a month on Saturday morning and maybe 1 or 2 weeks on Thursday dinner time, you need to door knock 50 doors, 50 doors. You'll get roughly 40 to 60% there. So I will get at least 25 people that in 1 hour, and by the way, you can do 50 doors in 1 hour. I've done it many times. In 1 hour, I'm going to get in front of 25 people. If the conversion rate is 7% and I get in front of 50 people, that's 3.5 people that are going to be selling I stood in front of. And if I do it every week, these numbers add up to power. 3 or 4 sellers I stood in front of this Saturday. Next Saturday, another 3 or 4. Next Saturday, another 3 or 4. Next Saturday, another 3 or 4. I will start getting appointments, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, bang, pop. And then you go to daily. In daily, you talk to people. And again, you got a number you need to do. The bold number, you all know that have been the bold, is 20. But that bold number is built on the assumption you'll be talking to a lot of strangers. If you have the luxury, and it's a luxury for us, but it's simply because we've been in business 32 years. I got a lot of people we can call that we've already done business with, and that's a luxury. So I don't need to call as many to get appointments. And that's it. So that's your backbone of your lead generation plan, including marketing and prospecting. Now, you might do additional marketing to FSBOs, you might do additional prospecting to FSBOs, but the backbone is what I described. And then you have the seller and the buyer system. The seller and the buyer system are finite. The lead gen system is a 30-day wheel. It just keeps repeating. But the seller and buyer system are finite, meaning they have a starting point and an end point. First point of contact. Hey, I need to sell my home. I got your name from Bob at work. Right then, your seller system starts. Right then. And the first thing of all buyer and seller systems should be the same thing. Collect data. Collect data. Wonderful, wonderful. Give me a minute. I need to pull up a form and ask you some questions. That's a script that should be burned in your brain as an agent. Or if you have a team, that's what the team says. Wonderful. That's so exciting. Hold on a minute. I need to ask you some questions. I need to pull up a form. And the form is a piece of paper form. It's on a desktop. It's on a smartphone. I don't care, but it's a form. You ask the same questions every time you get a first contact with a buyer or a seller. So you ask the questions, and then you continue all the way to the closing table. And what's powerful about that, I have the beginning and the end. I can dictate the experience. And there's two experiences that are going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The first, and it's absolutely essential, is the transactional experience. And the transactional experience you have to nail. You have to nail. If you blow that, you don't pass go. They're not going to use you again, and they're certainly not going to refer you. And if you do a bad enough job, they might badmouth you. So you got to nail that. There's not an option there. You got to nail the transaction experience. The other thing that's happening is, again, if they're an active seller for 4 to 6 weeks, go under contract, close 4 to 6 weeks. And if they're a buyer, it's typically the same thing, and that's a normative market. Then you also can have a relationship with them. And the relationship is built on two things: communication and appreciation. So every week without fail, and we already discussed this about the mugs, every week without fail, you should show appreciation to your buyers and sellers. And it's not on top of another message. Listen, Bob, I'm calling you about that showing last night. Oh, and by the way, I want to tell you we love working with you. No, that's not the way it works. This is a separate, deliberate message of appreciation, and that's it. That's it. What I described earlier, a little coffee mug with flowers or chocolates and a little note card. We love working with you. We're honored to work with you. You're such a pleasure to work with, just every week, every week, every week. Now, here's what else is powerful about that, and we already discussed this. Once I have that system written out, I'm giving uniform customer service, the same treatment to every buyer, every seller. I also have created scalability, ladies and gentlemen, scalability. And if you want to keep growing your units sold every year, you must have scalability, or you're going to bog down in all kinds of a mess. And then the fourth is the financial system, and that is a monthly system, and it is the budget and the profit and loss statement. And you would look at both of those every 30 days. Are we on budget? Did I make the income that I thought I would? Did I spend what I thought I would? And did I profit what I thought I would? And the last one is growth. And the growth system is fully built. It's career visioning, 30, 60, 90, STO. Everything you need for growth is in the Leverage series. And then that leads us to the tools. And there are 5 tools. The number one tool, and if you've taken a lot of business planning clinic, you can answer this statement I'm making. Your business is your database. So the number one tool is Command. The number 2 tool is websites and landing pages. Number 3 is the consumer app. Number 4 is collateral material. And number 5 is a target. So Command is Command, your CRM, but it's much more than that. Websites and landing pages are where, through marketing, advertising, or your marketing to your spheres with click-throughs, it's where people go when they want something or want to see something that you've offered. And when they go there, they register. And that's called lead capture, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're for. That's what the website's for. That's what the landing pages are for. And you can do either or. The app is tied totally to Command. When your consumers, when your past clients in Sphere are driving through a neighborhood and they happen to see a property and they pull it up on your app, you are notified, and that activity drips into Command, and you know that they're now active looking at real estate, and you can literally hit them with a message right away. Hey, Bob, I see you're looking at 1515 Smith Street. Would you like to take a tour? Boom, 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 boom. And I can even set a marketing campaign where when they keep driving back into that same neighborhood, my ad pops up. My ad pops up. So you've got to get the app loaded. And then number 4 is collateral material. Collateral material are those pieces that I could print and hand to somebody or mail to somebody, or I can email it to them. But it's pieces like selling guides, buying guides, relocation packages. It's 47 things to get your home ready to sell. It's which rooms, when renovated, yield the best ROI when selling. It's all kinds of stuff. And the point of this stuff is very powerful. The purpose of collateral material is to create or support conversations that lead to conversion. That's the whole point of it. To say it another way, is collateral material demonstrates value that makes people willing to meet with you. And here's the dirty little truth about the business. One of the main things that separates the 20% who sell 80% of the real estate from the 80% is their use of collateral material. They understand that tools that educate and inform consumers are desired by consumers, and they will choose to meet with an agent who's already demonstrated value through collateral material when other agents don't have squat. So all of you need this stuff. All of you, brand new people, need to develop a pre-listing package. The good news is there's literally hundreds of them already templated in Command. You just cruise the bunch, choose the ones you like. Command will update and do the graphic change and everything for you. You don't have to hire any firm to do your graphic design or nothing. Command's turnkey. And then the last one is a target. All tools are needed or are used to drive all systems. All systems have tools. The tools are system oriented. So a target would be a tool that you need specifically for a system. I'll give you a simple example. If I decided my lead gen system was now going to include video on YouTube and Instagram, I would need a tool called a digital video camera and maybe digital editing software that might be included when I buy the camera. If I'm not going to do video, I do not need those tools. If you're going to geographic farm, you would need a templated real estate report card that goes out in the mail every 30 days, and you would need a quarterly real estate newsletter. If you're not going to geographic farm, you do not need those. And that's what a target is. Now, the last thing is people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in the level 4 team, there's 2 admin and 2 agents. The person building the team, the rainmaker, is the CEO of the business, and they're also the listing agent. Then they have admin 1, admin 2, and a buyer agent or a showing assistant. And number 5 would be a MAPS coach. Now the MAPS coach could be there at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of building this, but you need somebody to hold you accountable, because now that you're building a business like this, you better make sure you keep your ducks lined up. Now, that's a level 4 team. Now, suppose you're a single agent. How does this look? On the systems, you have every system there, single agents, except number 5. You're not hiring anybody. You don't have any staff people. You don't need the growth system. So you have 4 there. In the tools, single agent, you have every tool here is needed. You need Command, you need a website or landing pages, you need the app out, you need collateral material, and you may need a target tool depending on your systems. And when it comes to people, you would change that CEO listing agent and just put agent. And the number 2 person would be a core advocate, somebody who sends you the most business every year. They support you, they love you, and every year they send you business. Every year they just keep sending you business. That could be your mama. Doesn't matter who it is, but if they send you business every year, that's a core advocate. And number 2 could be, number 3 could be another core advocate, or it could be a property inspector. Number 4 could be a Loan officer, somebody who really takes care of your buyers. And when they tell you they're good to go, they close all the time. But understand the point. You need to be clear that your business is not just you. Who are the other people that together, these people mean the most to my business? Now, when you look at this level 4 team, the people that mean the most to my business, I hired them and I pay them to be those most important people. But it doesn't matter if you pay them or not. There are people that matter more to you than other people in your success. And it's just about that realization and then putting into practice some system of keeping those people engaged with you, whether they're your supporters or they're your paid staff. Period. Now let's go to the top. You want to do level 6 team, 300 sales a year. Number 1, the same. Number 2, the same. The people, now the agent at level 6 is just the CEO. They're not on the street at all. So it's the CEO, and that's the agent who built this business. It would be the lead admin. It would be the sales manager, and it would be the director of lead generation and a MAPS coach. And the units here will be 300 to 350. And the lead admin would have a staff of 4 people. And the sales manager would have 6 people. And the telemarketing department, the director of lead generation, would have at least 2 and maybe 3 people. So there's more people than 5, but in terms of the Rainmaker, they're only dealing with these 3 people. And this is in the Red Book. This isn't new. The Red Book said your 3 key hires from Net a Million: lead admin, lead buyer agent, lead listing agent. We say the same thing, but they're different positions. It is lead admin, it is sales manager or director of sales, and it is director of lead gen or lead gen management or lead management director. And that's it. Are there any questions about this?
Where are those listed out? Which book is it?
Well, this is straight out of the MREA Red Book,
Okay.
but
great.
it's not organized like this. It's not turned into a 135.
Right.
But there's nothing new here. I'm just making clear what it looks like when you put a 135 together. These are think of these as the elements that together are your business. These are the elements. And the elements are your systems, your tools, and your people.
So there's not a place specifically where if like when you're trying to step up to new teams, like an organizational chart of what needs to happen when to get to being like Zach's a number 4 team. We're probably at number 5 now. And our goal in the next 2 to 5 years is to be up to 6.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of org charts that depict the whole thing all the way through expansion. I mean,
Okay.
those are available to you. We're going to look at some of those today in the organizational chart. I mean, in the organizational model.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. So I'm going to dive back to the Bookkeepoo. You have ahas or ahas or no, hold those. We're going to do those in a minute when we break for lunch. I ain't going to do them now. I'm going to do them in a minute. Let's start with the economic model. The economic model on page 3.1. A lot of you have seen this before. Some of you have never seen this before, but we're going to look at it like 3 or 4 times right now. So I'm going to do this one fairly quickly, and then we're going to look at it again, and we're going to look at it again, and one more time. So I think you'll see it plenty. I want you to just look at the bottom line numbers here. Let me get that out of my way. Boom. This is the Net a Million model, MREA 2. So at the top, it says net income is 40%, and that's $1 million. That's net a million. Some of you are used to the economic model being turned up the other way, where it starts with seller and buyer appointments. I prefer that, but this is simply the same thing upside down. So we have the net at the top, operating expenses of 30%, 750,000, cost of sale, 30%, 750. And the total gross commission income is 2.5 million. That's higher than the red book, meaning you got to gross more money now, 2.4 to 2.5 million. And it's another 100,000 in order to net $1 million. The average commission amount is 7,150. That's down from the 7,500 in the red book. And the total units sold is 350. The total units in the red book to net $1 million was 320. So it's about a 10% increase in units. On the sales side, it's a 50% business. So it's 50% sellers sold, 175 sellers total sold. That came from a conversion rate at the appointment at 70%. That meant 250 seller listings needed. And then from the appointment, it's 75%, and that means 333 needed. To put it another way, reading it from the bottom up, you would need 333 listing appointments. You would convert 75% to 250 listings taken. The 250 listings would convert to closed sales 70% of the time to 175. On the buy side, I'm just going to go ahead and go down the bottom, look at it from the bottom up. 357 buyer appointments, and the differential is because the conversion rate is 70, not 75%, giving you 250 buyers listed, and then 70% of the buyers listed would be buyers closed, or 175, and it's a 50-50 business. It boils down to this, and Gary is famous for always going to this at Mega Camp when he talks about the economic model all the time. The focus for the top agents is going to be the bottom left. They're going to be focusing on one seller appointment a day every single week. That's the goal. That's how you get 333 appointments, is your focus is 7 a week, 1 a day. I did the listing specialist role for 7 years, and my goal was not 7 a week, it was 10. My goal was 1 appointment in the morning, 1 appointment in the afternoon, 10 a week. That'd be 500 for the year. I never did 500. I know a lot of listing agents. I hired my own replacement. I've had listing agents. Nobody gets 500, but you have to have the goal of 2 a day, 10 a week. And if you do that, you'll end up with about 350 appointments held. And this shows 333. So it says 7 a week, and that's 7 a week held. I'll tell you the target is to get 10 a week booked in order to get 7 held. Performance outcomes. Look at page 3.3. It shows you on the right, look at the right where it says investment. The investment you need to make in your business is time, cost of sale, and operating expenses. So you spend money and time to build a successful business. You're looking for the behavior of your people, or if it's you, your own behavior, your skill level, your ability, and resources. And the resources are leads, appointments, talent, systems, and tools. I would just change that and simplify it to systems, tools, and people. And the outcomes are in the middle: gross commission income and net income. Very straightforward. There's not anything magical about that. The economic model, and now we're back looking at it another way on page 3.5. And it shows you here, you have operating expenses. You have operating expenses of 30%. Operating expenses are the expenses you pay with your own checking account or credit card. Cost of sales are typically expenses that are paid by the broker on your behalf. So a referral fee is a cost of sales. A buyer agent is paid through basically a referral through the brokerage, because in most states, only the broker can pay for license activity. So that would be a cost of sales also. And of course, what you owe the broker is a cost of sales. So that would show up as a cost of sales as well. And you have a 30% out of the total GCI allocated to that. The operating expenses are 2 main things, 2 biggies, and that is lead generation and admin. The lead generation and admin will be approximately 15 to 20% of the 30%. And the rest is a whole lot of individual little expenses that add up. You got to spend all that money, your business, or I'm sorry, your business license, your salesman's license, your overhead, gasoline, insurance, all that stuff added up. Training, this, right? When you look at the model, if you want to do the math on this, if you wanted to get to gross $1 million, not net $1 million, but gross $1 million, then the net income would be 400,000 and the expenses would each be 300,000 for a total of 600,000 expenses and then the 400,000 net income. In the middle of that page, it has the focus on net income or profit. This is in the red book, and this has confused a lot of people about what agents get paid, quite a few. So let's walk through this. That little graph on the top of the diagram on number 3, if you put $1 million net income, that would be the 40%, and then 750 operating, 750 cost of sales, and 2.5 million GCI. You just looked at those same numbers. There's nothing new here. This takes the 2.5 million GCI and breaks it into 2 piles of money, the buy side and the list side. So it's a 50-50 business. So it's 1.25 and 1.25. The cost of sales, what agents got paid for 1.25 million in listing income, is 125,000. It's 10%. The buy side was 1.25 million and the agents got 625,000. Now the 625,000 is roughly 50%. They did a math calculation wrong here. It's 50%. So it's 50% and people see that and go, okay, buyer agents get 50%. No, they don't. No, they don't. Buyer agents do not get 50%. What buyer agents get is 40%. But remember, this is a team doing over 300 units. There are agents and there's a lead agent, a lead buyer agent. And even if they do both buyers and sellers, there would still be a sales manager. So the sales manager or the lead agent gets an override on the rest of the agents. And the agent's pay plus the override totals 50%. But the agents do not get 50%. But a lot of agents read the book, saw that and went, I'm paying my buyer agents 50%. And then they grow and now they have 3 or 4 buyer agents and it's too many direct reports and they go hire a lead agent and now they got to put an override on that. And all of a sudden they're at 60% cost of sales. Well, your operating expense is 30%, that's 90%. So you're only making 10% on the buy side. That's not a business worth owning. And this is a real problem with a lot of teams out there because takeaways are, you know what they are. They're a pain. On page 3.7, it tells you the 3 drivers of the economic model: leads to appointments, appointments to signed agreements, meaning clients, and then agreements to close transactions, period. That's it. Those are the drivers. Conversion rates on the bottom of that. It shows you that the conversion rates we already discussed are shown here again. On the list side, this is MREA2 research. 75% of seller appointments list and 70% of them close. On the buy side, it's lower conversion rate. 70% of buyer appointments convert to listed buyer and 70% close. The question is, what are your conversion rates? And that's what these little lines are. You need to know your own conversion rates. Hopefully, you've done a good job of tracking every appointment and the result, and then ultimately the closing. And I mentioned this at the very beginning of the day. Some of you are going to have to go back and try to dig up your data. If you literally don't know and can't find the data, then you need to adopt these numbers. And you're either going to be better or worse than these numbers. If you're worse, it's a training and accountability issue. If you're better, use those numbers. But if you're worse, analyze the problems and fix it. But if you're better, there's not a lot of work for you to do because the research says if you can hit these conversions or better, you're doing fine. There's no remedial work necessary. I would say this though, if you are going to attack a new lead source with strangers, like geographic farming or working FSBOs, you're going to probably not have the same conversion rate that you have with your past clients in Sphere. That's probably going to be true. So keep that in mind when you choose what conversion rate you're going to have. On page 3.19, we're looking at the same economic model again. There's no new information here. It's just reinforcing the awareness. So once again, we have net $1 million at the top. We have 2.5 million GCI, which is the total money that comes in to the brokerage. And then operating expenses are 750. And then same thing on cost of sales. 7,150 is the average commission amount. You'd plug in your average commission amount here. That's really important. And then that's the total units sold. This is all the same information on the sell side and on the buy side. Now, if you're a single agent and you're thinking, when's he going to get to me? I'm getting to you right now, okay? These are your numbers right here. These are your numbers. All you need to do is move the decimal point one space. So go to the very top. The net income is 100,000. This is a single agent. Net income is 100,000. Operating expenses are 75,000. Cost of sale is 75,000. And total GCI is 250,000. The average commission stays the same. You don't change the commission. And then remember, this should be your average commission. And then total units sold is 35. So this is an economic model for a single agent if you just move the decimal point in those metrics, not the commission, but in the rest of the metrics. If you look on the sales side, it's the same thing. Not on the rates, the ratios, but on the actual numbers. So go to the very bottom. You would need 33 seller appointments and get 25 listings out of those 33 appointments and close 17 to 18 of those 25. On the buy side, you'd need 36 buyer appointments and get 25 buyers listed, and you would close 17.5 or 18 of those buyers. These are your numbers, single agents. These are yours.
Could it also be argued that the cost of sale, like as a single agent, would be significantly less than the 30%?
Well,
That their
now
net
you're
would
talking
actually not
about,
be 50
yeah,
or
but
38?
now you're talking about the debate about the difference between pay and profit, right? And I'm gonna argue that point later when we talk about the budget.
Well, as a single agent, I just feel like that their net could be much higher than a 40%.
Well, as a single agent, it would be, but no, I mean, okay, you're going to make me talk about it now. If you're a single agent, if you're a single agent, the single agent does all the sellers and all the buyer activities, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get them under contract and they get them closed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then their cost of sales is 30%. Their cost of sales is 30%. Are they the admin? Do they do all the admin work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. So the admin, just for argument's sake, the admin is paid in the operating expense category, and it's half of it. It's 15% for argument's sake. So their pay will be 30% cost of sales, 15% for the admin work, or 45%, almost 50% of the GCI. And then you would add the profit, which is the 40%, the 100 grand, back onto that money. So they're getting, you and I are saying the same thing about what they get. They get everything except the 15% hard cost for operating expenses, right?
Sure.
But if you want to compare your results to the MREA model, you have to plug in cost of sales and salaries for admin, because there is someone doing that work, and it's the agent.
You. Yeah, me. I get
Yeah,
it. Sure.
yeah.
Got
Yeah.
it.
But if you want to look at your numbers and compare them to the MRA model, that's what you've got to do.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I was curious about.
Yep. Okay. That's it, baby. All right. Where are we here? Okay. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. This is on the following page. This is on 3.11. This is the $500,000 net income. And Zach, you might appreciate this. This is a slightly different twist. So it's 1.25 million total GCI and 500,000 net income. The units are 182. Look at the average commission. It's even lower, 6,875. And you got to remember, you're looking at the weighted averages of the research being done for MREA 2. This has nothing to do with, well, if I do fewer units, I'm going to make less money per deal. No, the people that were studied that did the 1.25 gross and netted 500, these were their numbers. These were their weighted average numbers. So they're not as profitable and they're not selling as high a price point or are not getting the same fee as the people who netted $1 million. And again, you'll see the seller appointments are different. They converted at 80% to listings and then 70%, which was the model for the net $1 million from listed to closed. And on the buy side, there's still 70% of the buyer's list, but it's even lower now. Instead of 70% convert to sale, it's 65%. So of the people that are at this volume level, there are differences in the numbers. It's not that they're just half of what the net $1 million is. There are differences. And that's what this is showing you. So your economic model, your plan on page 20, what is it? Whoops, nope, I don't have a slide for that. So let me back up. On page 3.15 and 3.13, we need to cover that. So number 7 is avoid economic model traps, not understanding the power of the model, not using the model to make business decisions, not looking at your business as a whole. And this is actually what Zach and I were just talking about. Not knowing or improving your conversion rates. And again, if your conversion rates are 80% and 80%, the research says there's likely not much you can do to get better than that, because there will be sellers and buyers that you say no to. That you say, no, I don't want to work with you. I don't agree with you paying me less money, and I don't agree with your listing price. So you won't get much better than 80 or 90. Not holding yourself to your goals, not knowing how much lead gen is required. And that's a difficult thing to answer. The truth about how much lead gen you need to do is related to how many appointments are you having. And if you're hitting your appointment goal, you have enough leads. If you're not hitting your appointment goal, you need more leads. And nobody can give you a set number because it depends on your pillars and your skill sets with your pillars in the market that you're in, and it becomes too complicated a calculation to tell you. But what we do know is if you talk to more people, you'll get more appointments. And we know that for a fact. And then 8, leverage technology. And again, this is back using command, which we already discussed. On page 3.15, it talks about your business plan, economic model. And these are the instructions, just line by line, for you to build out your economic model. You have the examples in your manual. You've seen these numbers multiple times. You simply follow the model exactly, or use your own conversion numbers, and definitely use your own average commission income. Here's the good news. You should have gotten a link along with the manual to an Excel spreadsheet that is a live document, and it will calculate your economic model. If you simply plug in your numbers, it'll calculate, push one button, it'll auto-populate your model. It will also do your budget, which we're going to talk about later, but that one download spreadsheet will do your economic model for you, and it will do your budget. So you don't have to worry about these instructions so much. It's good for you to know them. I'd recommend you use the download, plug in your average income, plug in your conversion rates, hit enter, and you'll be done. Page Page 3.17 is simply continuing you to do your own business plan. And then on page 3.19, it shows you where the economic model lands on your 411 for accountability. And it's simply got, now this is your annual goal, your net income, your total units sold, the number of seller and buyer appointments, and then it breaks down into 1/12, or it's simply derivative for the month. And then down in the week, where it has listing appointments and buyer appointments, I would not do that. I think you need to put the target. So if your listing appointment goal for the week was 2, it might be 1 FSBO, 1 expired. That could be your goal to go get. So set specific activities in order for you to achieve your goals. And remember, put these in your economic model. So now we're at page 3.21, which is your ahas. This section is over, and we are going to, I'm going to get out of this, and we're going to have Q&A right now. So what's on your mind about this stuff? What's on your mind? We're getting ready to stop for lunch. So what's on your mind? Any questions? Having the download Excel spreadsheet makes it easy for you to build your economic model. You simply plug in, again, your average income per sale and how many, or what are your conversion rates, and how many units you're trying to do, and boom, or how much money you're trying to make, and it'll do it reverse. It'll tell you how many units you need to do. Rick, how you doing? Is it making sense?
It is. It's just like everything else. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Just a lot of information to ingest, but just keep drinking.
Well, I totally get that. Yes, if you're as new as you are, and to be sitting here taking this in, you are drinking from a fire hydrant, no question about it. But it's not rocket science. That's the good news. It'll make sense to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any other questions? And that wasn't a question. I picked on Rick.
Is all of this stuff outlined in Gary Keller's book, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent? Is that where we can find more information on all of this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You need to read that red book. By your question, I can tell you need to read that red book. It's all in there. It's all in there. The red book was the end result. They collected tremendous amounts of data and then separated it into piles. Like, here's all of their economic models. Here's all of their lead gen models. Here's all of their budgets. Here's all of their org charts. And then they went into detail on everything they could, what buyer agents look like, what listing agents look like, what the lead generation expenses went into. I mean, they really broke it all into pieces. And all of that research got turned into summary manuals. And those summary manuals are still out there, and our agents, our own agents who've been with us a long time, don't even look at those. They don't download them. And that's why I'm saying that. There's a manual called Systematizing Your Lead Generation Plan, and it's that thick. And it's all the raw data put together of how the millionaire agents built their lead gen plans. There's a stack of manuals, like building the admin core. There's a stack of manuals. They're about this high. It's about 2 feet of manuals if you printed them and lined them up. And those were the interim production from the raw data collection to those manuals. And then the book came out of those manuals. So a lot of people think the manuals came out of the book and they got it backwards. There would be no book without those manuals. But if you really want to know about being a master of the seller side of the business, you download the Lead Listing Agent Manual, which is 280 pages of being a top listing agent. You want to get masterful with your lead generation plan, you download Systematizing Lead Generation. I taught that nationally for years, and the interest just dropped. People didn't want to go to it anymore. And the reason wasn't that it wasn't valid. The reason was that level of training, there's only a very few people that need that level of training. Very few people typically are doing 300 or more units. So relatively speaking, you got a small audience. And after 3 or 4 times around the nation, 3 or 4 years, you've spoken to everybody and it's like, okay, the game's over. But it's still out there. Anything else? Nope. Okay. It's 10 after. We're going to stop for lunch. Let's just round that up. I'll see you back here at 1:15. That's a few extra minutes. I'll see you back here at 1:15. And if you have any questions in the meantime, don't forget to type them in the chat box or save them and shout them out when we come back together. So I'll see you at 12:45, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Jean, it's Kathy Fawcett.
Hey, Kathy,
I have
how
a-
are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I
What's
have,
up?
I have two kind of personal questions. Where's your place in Canada?
Our place in Canada is at Mont Tremblant.
Oh, yeah.
You know where that is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. We love it up there.
I have a friend from Toronto and he's got a place at Lake of Bays. So, so I know a little bit about Canada. But then also, just curious why none of your children are in real estate. They didn't want to get into it.
Well, who said that? My oldest son is an attorney,
Oh,
and he practices business and real estate law,
oh,
and he's my attorney.
there you
So
go.
he's doing very well. He's a partner in a Florida firm, a large Florida firm, but he's a partner, and he's doing really well. Real proud of him. But that's the closest I've got. Now we have hope one day maybe, but they are going to have real estate businesses, in their trust account, so to speak. So they'll be involved one way or the other.
Right.
My youngest son has an interest in it, but his interest is business, not so much real estate.
I work with my mother and well, she's typing a contract. I don't think she's on here right now, but so she got me into it. I was going to be a school teacher and things changed. So,
Well, the two professions that have had the most success transferring into real estate are teaching and nursing.
oh yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So if you were scheduled to be a teacher, so to speak, you probably are doing all right in real estate.
Yep. It's better than I was going to be a basketball coach. So it's better than that.
Well, you can do both. You can still coach and sell real estate.
Oh, I did that back in the day. So no.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're on time. Is it time now? I think it's time. Oh yeah, it's time. It's time. Okay. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint and we're going to crack into lead generation, the lead generation model. Boom, boom, boom. Here we are, lead generation model, page 4.1. Look at the top there, lead generation, capturing the contact information of people who've shown interest in your services or offerings. A lead, someone who's shown interest from which you can contact. A lot of times they're anonymous. Think of web leads. You put them in your database and begin one-way offer-based touches to open communication. That's called nurturing. And then a contact is somebody you've met and put in your database. So leads are strangers and contacts are not strangers. When you look at that, we now head into this simple reality here. We do prospecting and marketing. Those two things together obviously are lead gen. We offer value. If they're not ready to buy or sell or make an appointment, we offer value. And then we exchange value for information. So if somebody goes to your website because they clicked on an offering you made either through an ad on Facebook or Google, or it was a click through on a Sphere mail cultivation. If they click, they go to your website, the website, they want something, they have to give information. Like, are you thinking about buying 30 days, 6 months, a year plus? And then they answer questions. You're collecting data. That value for information is what that is. And then they get whatever it was they clicked on. Like which rooms to renovate for highest return on investment when selling. That kind of thing. Just all kinds of things will make people raise their hands. If you look at this paragraph, this pyramid right below that statement, those boxes, you've got this definition, prospecting and marketing. And it shows you that prospecting should be the base and marketing is enhancing your prospecting. That's true, but not for everybody. Larger agent businesses are often marketing based. They're running quite a bit of internet lead generation. That's marketing. They're also doing a lot of heavy marketing. Some of them are doing television. Some of them are doing radio. Some are doing mass marketing, like a farm of 30,000 homes. Now, these are all high-level agent businesses I'm describing, but they are actually marketing-based, prospecting enhanced. The issue is time and money. And when you're a single agent, you often have more time than money. As you get busy as a single agent, you start to have less time and more money. And then the shift goes into more marketing, but you're not ever going to give up on prospecting. The truth is, there's a balance between that should mean you get leads 7 days a week, even 24 hours a day, if you do it right. And that's the goal, because the goal in lead gen is to get more leads than you need so you can pick and choose to work with the best ones. And that's the goal. If you've only got one potential person to get an appointment with all week long, and they're mean and nasty to you on the phone, you might keep circling back to them because that's the only person you've got. And that's not a good place to be. You always want to be getting leads, culling through the leads, finding the great leads and work with those people. And the others, you can just let them go or you can refer them out. But you will do the best for your business when you try to work with quality buyers and sellers. So it shows you here this pyramid on page 4.1. Marketing is money intensive, passive, gives you long-term results. That's kind of not always true. You can spend ad dollars right now through command on Facebook and get leads right now this week. So that money is not long-term. That money is short-term. You get business. We're getting 30, 40 leads a week with a $50 spend a week. It's pretty darn amazing. Prospecting, it says, is immediate response, immediate results. If you do prospecting though, and you follow up with marketing, so if I door knock 50 doors in my farm or in an area I like, and I meet people and I enroll people on my real estate newsletter, I prospected them, but the result I get will be down the road, and that will be through the marketing or nurturing that we do. So there's a lot of ways you can get leads, a lot of ways. And if you look at page 4.3, it shows you a laundry list. And I don't have a slide for it. I don't think there is one. Nope, there's not one. It shows you a laundry list of activities for prospecting, for marketing, and utilizing both. So I'm on 4.3 at the top left where it says prospecting. And I'm just going to highlight some of the ones you really should focus on. Phone or face-to-face? Absolutely. Listings without agency, those are simply FSBOs. And expireds, those are great opportunities, always are. Circle prospecting, really good approach. Circle prospecting, it says here prospecting only, but you can actually do circle prospecting with mail, call, and see. You can do it with door knocking. You can do it with calling, which is prospecting, but you can also do it with mail. If you look at an oldie and a goodie, if you do just listed, just sold cards, that's circle prospecting, but you're doing it with marketing. And then you've got community outreach. Community outreach is really good because look at what it says, charity and volunteer work. It allows you to work inside groups. So you remember that discussion we had about the generic 30-day calendar to map out your lead gen, and you've got marketing and prospecting. And weekly, I'd suggest one group prospecting activity. That's what this could be. You donate 2 hours a week at the food bank, helping pack food bags for kids who don't have enough to eat. You'll interact with a group of people and you'll come away with lead opportunities, and you're doing good works. Number 4, key relationships, corporations, builders, banks, third-party data. Now, again, this says prospecting. That's true. I think if you're going to go after these institutional kinds of opportunities, corporations, builders, banks, you need to understand the power of collateral material. And I know we discussed that when we talked about the 135. If you want to get, and I'm just going to use an example here, if you want to get HR, human resource directors, to consider using you for corporate relocation, you should understand their world. And what I would do is create a piece of collateral material And the front cover would say, how I can help you succeed in your goals as a human resource director. And then I would put in maybe 4 or 5 pages of information about your services to help them achieve their goals. And the services would be in 2 big categories: corporate relocation, both inbound and outbound. And then the second would be employee enrichment programming. If you have an HR director, you probably have a big enough business that they are doing employee enrichment programs. And they're literally, if they graduate from college with a degree in human resource management, they literally are trained to do employee enrichment programming. Guess what one of the most popular employee enrichment programs is? Home buying seminar. Guess what another popular one is? Greening your home. We have books about both of those. We have lots of experience in running seminars around those 2 things. So I would do a list of your services and offerings for corporate relocation. And if you've never done corporate relo, you got some learning to do. And then the second section would again be my current offerings for employee enrichment programming. And you could do understanding new construction, you could do the home buying seminar, you could do the MREI real estate investment seminar, you could do the greening your home seminar. And I will tell you, HR directors are always looking for great content. And if you can't get the corporate relocation business because they currently are using somebody and they're happy with it, and they often are, you'll be surprised how much you can pick up on the employee enrichment programs. So if you're not getting the employee by the HR assigning them to you, you can get them because you got 40 or 50 of them to come to your seminar and they follow up with you, and now you have them. So it's an angle. But my point is that would be a marketing and prospecting approach. So I think ideally the best lead gen in general is going to be both prospecting and marketing. It'll be both. Okay, number 5, teaching and speaking opportunities. Don't underestimate that. You would be surprised at how many opportunities there are. So I mentioned the HR department, but you have organizations in your community where they're looking for speakers all the time. Rotary clubs looking for speakers all the time. I'm in a Rotary club, and I'm telling you, you would be surprised how easy it is to get in front of people with those clubs: Civitan, Lions, Rotary, the Builders, Home Builders Association, the builders that we've worked with over the years. We initially connected with some builders by attending the Builder Association meeting. The National Association of Home Builders has local chapters all over the country. And we attended the local chapter in Tallahassee, and we realized that at that meeting, you have the small, medium, and large builders present, all of them in our community. And then you have even more people, and those people are the vendors, the plumber supply companies, the roofing companies, the people that feed off of the opportunities with the builders. There's literally more of them than there are the builders. But we sat through 2 meetings, and we realized, number one, it's kind of a party for the builders because there's drinking before the meeting starts, and then there's drinking after the meeting starts, and they have fun. And then we realized that the programs are kind of meh, and we offered to put on a program about trends in the current marketplace and what price ranges are most active. It was really basic presentation, about 30 minutes. And at the end of that presentation, that was the end of the meeting. When the speaker's done, they adjourned the meeting, and almost everybody drifted into the bar. And there were about 8 builders, though, that hung around and wanted to talk to us. And I made a point of, before I just stood and talked to somebody for any depth, I made a point of going to all of them. And Rebecca started talking to one of them and asking for their cards and telling them, I'd love to talk to you. So I just want to get your card in case you don't hang around, I'll follow up with you. And this is what we're taught to do. You're supposed to do capture. So here I have leads. I have these 8 builders who want to talk to me. I captured their contact information. We followed up with them. Long story short, we ended up representing 2 of those builders. And one of them in 2005, one of them with us as partners, we put up the money, he did the work. We built and finished in 1 year over 100 townhome units and made a good bit of money on that. So don't overestimate opportunities getting in front of people. Meals, yeah, buying people meals. I don't do much of that, but core advocates do get meals. Door-to-door networking events, booths and kiosks, walk-ins, slim unless you're in a resort community. If you're in a resort community, you definitely can get and build walk-in traffic. And then text correspondence. I would tell you texting has been a shift in our business over the past few years, where instead of getting a lead and calling them, we're texting them and getting better response. Because a lot of the calls are going to look at their phone and it'll be stranger or unknown or whatever, and they just will let it go to voicemail. They'll ignore it. But when we text them, we get a better response. So I'd encourage you to consider texting. And texting can also be a contact point for writers on yard signs and for other marketing. So you have a listing, put a rider on the top that says new to town, free relocation package, text this number. Haven't bought recently, get a 2021 guide to buying homes, text this number. So you can do a variety of offerings on that yard sign and put a rider, a message to text a number, and that way you will get their contact phone number, which is a great way to do it. And then looking over in the middle where it says both, farming, that's geographic and demographic. There's two different kinds, and that definitely should be both. And then events, open houses, it's classic. People come in, you talk to them, that's prospecting, and then you should get their registration information, and then you follow up with mail. So the big concept, again, that works really well is mail, call, see. And it doesn't matter the order that it's in, but what you end up is triggering an ongoing dialogue. So open house visitor walks in, that's see. They walked in the door, you see them, you talk to them. Oh, you get their contact info. Open house is over. They left at 4:45, but at 5:15, you closed at 5. At 5:15, after closing the open house down, you start calling everybody that came. Hey, it's Jane Rivers. I'm so glad you came today. I know you left just a half an hour ago, but it dawned on me, I failed to ask you if anyone had offered you a buying guide in the local marketplace. No, they haven't. Wonderful. Well, I'd love to get one in your hands. Give me your email address and I'm going to email one over to you. And I'm not going to bug you, but I will call you just to make sure you got it and see if you have any questions. So what's your email address? Now understand what I just set up. I saw them and now I'm calling them and now I'm going to mail them. And mail can be snail mail or email. I'm going to mail them and I've already told them, and then I'm going to call you again. And your goal here is to get an appointment. So what typically happens is you'll set up, however you contact them first, mail, phone, or call, it'll precipitate normally a mail, call, appointment. And that's what happens. And that concept works with FSBOs, expireds, open house visitors. However you meet them, they can call me off a mailer. So the mail is what triggered the meet. And then they call me about something on the mail. And then I told them I'm going to send them something else and follow up with a phone call. So it can start in any order. But this is the power of collateral material. It makes people continue to talk to you, and it allows you to do what I said. It supports or creates conversations that lead to conversion to appointment. And that is the issue. So networking, big time, Sphere, past clients, they should be on that 36 touch program. Allied resources, other agents, if you're getting referral business from out of town from agents. And then you can buy leads. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't need to do that any longer. With Command, you got your leads. And then the pure marketing. You definitely will be doing pay-per-click and SEO, but it'll be through Command, and Command is doing it for you through AI and our partnerships with Google and Facebook. Radio, TV, newspapers, very expensive. When you target the general public, which is what that's going to get, you have a real problem getting great response if you're basically not well known as a brand. And that's the truth. If you look at who gobbles up most television ad space and who gobbles up billboards, for instance, and even radio, it's almost always known entities. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Chevrolet, and what they're all doing is battling for mind space over their other equally well-known big competitors. So that's where they battle. The giants battle in front of millions of people. The smaller businesses shouldn't try to win over small target audiences with that big expense battle. It's just not scaled to the business operations you've got. You'd be much better putting any money for a radio or TV or billboard into small, hyper local focused, maybe geo-fenced ads run through Google or Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, and you'd get much better result. Okay, so you look down that list, there's social media, absolutely. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. That's where you want to go play. Portals, magazines, billboards, most of this stuff can work, but most of this stuff for a lot of top agents is not, it's yesterday's news. It's not today's news. And today's news is exactly what Command is built to do. Number 2, broadcast content. I would definitely go down to number 3, live social media. And where it says blogs, I would write the word vlog, V-L-O-G. That's a video blog. If you're gonna start a blog, in other words, I would go straight to video blog. If you've got a blog that's really working, I would maybe consider starting a video blog and start linking back to your successful blog. And then you'll have 2 audiences, not just one. Direct mail, very obvious, postcards, special events, just listed, just sold, number 3. I wouldn't do those as a one-off, but I would absolutely do those as part of a campaign for circle prospecting on an ongoing basis, or for a listing in a neighborhood where I want more listings. But I would still do more than just one hit. And then swag, let me tell you, people will take your junk and hire another realtor. So don't get confused about that. I have sat as a listing agent in kitchens, and I've looked at another agent's refrigerator magnet. I've drunk out of a koozie cup with another agent's name. I've looked at sunflowers outside that some agents sent them sunflower seeds in the spring. I mean, you get the point. They'll take your stuff and hire that best agent they think they should hire. It's not going to be done because of the junk. If you want to send them stuff, and I'm not against sending them stuff, send them things that are all real estate related. Put your money into better collateral material focused on real estate, buying, selling, investing, second home, all that stuff we talked about. Okay, sponsorship. It's the bottom one, number 6. And I think that's extremely powerful. If you have a target area you want to grow more business in, and it's family oriented, you need to realize that one way to reach those parents at a high level is through the schools where their kids attend. So my wife and I have 4 kids, and we've done this forever. It's actually easy because we're going to be involved in the schools anyway. We're going to go to the kids' soccer games, to the tennis matches, to the chorus presentation, to the theater presentations. We've attended all kinds of events at the school, and who's in the audience? Our target market, our target client base is sitting in the audience. So my wife and I got real strategic about it, and we started sponsoring the schools, and we sponsored middle school and high school. We didn't do any elementary sponsorship except one thing, and that was a book cover that we did, that on the back it had our pictures and our information, but the rest of it was cute little fun things, kid's name, the teacher's name. It was really nice book covers, and the school system wanted book covers for the kids' books because they're trying to save from buying more books, so they want the books to be kept well. So they solicited for that. We responded, and we started doing the book covers. That sponsorship is a big deal, but this is a big but. You need to show up If all you do is bought book covers and nobody ever saw you at school events or met you, you'll have a low return on investment. But if you're going to be at the school anyway, like we work with parents, and you're going to sit in the stands with people all the time that are your potential clients, then the sponsorship works really well. Okay. All right. On the following page, 4.5. Rule of 4. Now, MREA 1, the Red Book, stated that the people who netted $1 million typically had 3 lead generation sources that gave them the bulk of their business, 3/4 or more of their business. This says, the research that they've gotten in, this says that there's now 4, and remember, these are MREA agents netting $1 million. They have 4 that give them the bulk of their business. If you add this up, though, it's about 3/4 to 80%. And that's still, if you look at the top 3, 41 plus 20, 61 plus 12, 73%. They've still got 3 giving them the bulk of their business, almost 3/4 of their business. And just staring at this graph, the big takeaway you should have as a single agent or as a team, you need one strong pillar of business, a horse, something that really drives your success. This says that should be about 40% of your business, with a second pillar about half that, or 20%. I have seen teams where it's 2 that are even, like 40 and 40. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we're saying that the typical team is going to look more like this: one big horse, a second one, and then another one. And if you look at it, you'll notice that the first one is a 41, the second one is half that, or 20, and the next one is about half of that at 12. So that's kind of a theme there. Our lead gen sources for years were past client, repeat, and referral, and that was usually about 60 to 70% of our business because of our extensive past client list. And the internet, web leads, we've been getting web leads a long time. We've evolved how we got them, but we've been doing it a long time. And then geographic farming, because if you're going to work the school where the kids go, you can also work the neighborhood where the kids live. And that way you're actually coming at the parents in their neighborhood and in their school. And it works really well when you do that. That's leveraging your lead gen on other lead gen. So it asks you the question here on 4.5, what are your top lead sources? And again, from the very beginning of the day, I said you might need to change one out for a pure seller lead source if you're not seller based in your business activity. You recognize on the bottom of this page, this classic leads, listing, and leverage triangle. Nothing really new there, but remember, leverage is systems, tools, and people, which is how you build or organize a 1-3-5 around those. Okay, database. I love this graph. On 4.7, we have a slight language change about what we call our METs and non-METs. So just keep that in mind here. Remember, leads are strangers and contacts are people that we've met. So it says at the top, you do lead capture. And again, that could be through ads, through phone calls, whatever, but you do lead capture, and they're either going to be strangers or METs. In other words, your METs are clicking through on the emails you send them, or strangers are clicking through on an ad on Facebook. But you capture their information. And with the leads, you want to start a relationship. And the best way to do that is have collateral material and start up mail call C. The contacts, you already have a relationship with them, and whatever they clicked on, you would be following up directly to service whatever that thing is that they clicked through. Both of those, you're going to end up with moving them into conversion, where they're going to have an appointment. A past client will call you about getting which rooms when renovated yield the best ROI, because they're going to fix the house up. But they also intend to sell. And that's what they're telling you when they want to see that best ROI when selling. And the question now becomes, well, what work are you going to do? And when are you thinking about selling? And the funny thing is, if they're fixing up, they're not going to sell it right away, typically, but they might be. But they're definitely going to be selling in the next couple of years, because that's why they want to know about that. If they weren't selling for 10 or 15 years, if they weren't even thinking about selling, they're really not going to be interested in the return on investment. Doesn't that make sense? They're going to be worried about it if they're spending a bunch of money to upgrade a room or part of the house, and they're going to sell in just a couple of years. They want to know about getting that return on investment. Okay, and then at the bottom, it shows you get a new piece of business and or repeat. And out of the people you know, you should get referrals. And then the referrals they give you go right up to the top for lead capture, etc. If you look on the far left, it says you have lead generation at the top, and then you have relationship management or nurturing / cultivation. And then it doesn't say it, but at the bottom, you've got business, and then it starts all over again with repeat and referrals. On the bottom of that page, it asks you the simple question: the number of names in your database today and the number of names I communicate with regularly. The thing you got to think about is that not all people are the same. There's some people in your database that matter more than others. This manual doesn't highlight that like the Red Book did. The Red Book said that in your MET database, you had core advocates at the center, then you had advocates, and these are both people who have referred you business. The core advocate does it multiple times annually, twice or more a year. The advocate has done it, maybe not in the last year, but they've done it. And if anybody's done it, then there's a chance they'll do it again if cultivated. And then you have people that you are networked with, which could be a whole host of people. And then you have the outer range of the people that you've met. In the Red Book, it called the network people affiliates, and then it called the rest of the people network. But I think a lot of people have METs that aren't part of a network they're in, like a member of Rotary Club that you're in, or a member of the Chamber of Commerce, which you're active in. That's a network. But there are other people you have that you're not seeing regularly. You're not part of a network. That's the whole point of a network, is you see them regularly. And there's just people that you met at an open house maybe, and you put them in your database. Maybe it was a neighbor. You put them in there as a MET because you did meet them and you've been marketing to them, but you're not connected to them through a network and you're not seeing them. And those people are the least likely to give you business. So you need to separate people out into these categories. So you think about the size of your database and you end up with page 4.9, you've got to think about how you're going to work these people. So look at the keys to success under number 4. Frequency, when you're going to touch them, how often? A 36 touch or more is recommended. Consistency, again, you have different kinds of people. So the consistency is going to be about what you're looking at on the left or on the right. On the left is the strangers, it's 19 to connect. And on the right, again, it's the people you know, it's 36 to convert. Now in the middle, it says 1 to cement, a high value touch that solidifies the relationship you've established, and that's with the stranger. But realize a high value touch could simply be a piece of collateral material, like a buying guide to someone who attended an open house, 40 pages or so. That's the backbone of your buyer consultation. And that in and of itself can have high value to somebody who's thinking about buying. You gain permission to talk to them and have a meaningful relationship. My approach, you already heard, is to tell people, I'm not going to bombard you, but I am going to follow up on the mail and make sure you got it to see if you have any questions. Is that going to be okay with you? And almost everybody says, yes, sure. Because if they want the thing you're going to send them, they'll be okay with you following up to make sure that they got it because they want it. Okay. And then pair value, leverage the information you gain to offer higher levels of value. So if someone tells you that they're looking to move and they're interested in new construction, then send them some information about new construction. And that could be as simple as a list of builders in the area, which you get from the local home builder association, or it could be something more involved, like a report from the National Association of Home Builders on the nature of new construction in today's marketplace. But the more value you give, the higher the conversion rates become. It's that simple. The bottom of page 4.9 talks about segmenting leads and contacts into groups. And I want you to think about it very simply as this. You're going to mail everybody. And by that, I mean email, not snail mail. You can add snail mail into your METs, your contacts, but you definitely want to mail everybody. So everybody gets mail. Some people get phone calls in addition to the mail, and other people, and this will be a smaller group, if you have a big database, substantially smaller, will get the mail and the phone call and an eyeball. So you'll try to see them or be with them. Now, again, we got COVID to deal with, but ignore that right now. So the people to really focus on, the people that are your core advocates, you're going to mail them, you're going to call them, and you're going to take them to lunch, and you're going to buy them drinks at a bar. You're going to see them a bunch. People send you multiple deals. And when I say a bunch, I don't mean like weekly, but maybe every 90 days you have lunch with them, you buy them drinks the next quarter. Right now it's Christmas. Maybe you would invite them to a party that you're throwing, but you're going to see them. You're going to see them. Your challenge is you have limited time. You can't do everything. Ideally, you would mail, call, and see everybody in your database. Pragmatically, you don't have the time. You don't have the time. And even if you did have the time, if you did that, if you mail, called, and saw everybody, you'd rapidly build your business up, and then you'd stop seeing everybody because you'd run out of time. So categorically know that going in. We have 3 basic touch approaches in the company. There is a high touch short term that we call an 8x8, which is a touch a week for 8 weeks. With an expired, it could be a touch a day for 8 days, but it's pop, 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 pop. And the whole goal is saturation in order to get an appointment. Now, at the end of it, if you didn't get an appointment, you either repeat it, or if they hired another agent, you delete it. Or if they told you they're going to wait till next year, then you'll convert it into a low touch, long-term campaign. And if they hired you, you'd stop the 8x8 and put them in a high touch long-term campaign, a 36 touch. And that's all you need. You need a high touch short-term and then a low touch long-term or a high touch long-term, depending on who they are. So that is segmenting leads and contacts into groups. When you look on this page 4.11, you see what's involved in these touches. Be careful again about spending a lot of money on anything. It says on strangers, you could do one annual event like a movie screening and invite them. I would not invite a geographic farm that's strangers to a movie theater. And it's not that it wouldn't help your business, it's that it's too expensive for the return on investment you're going to get. So put these things in your mind. If you are going to do things like that, and I do encourage you to do them, I would plus the event by making it a charity benefit event. And people actually enjoy doing a good thing while they're having some fun. We have done pumpkin giveaways in the fall. We have done watermelon giveaways in the summer. And we will set up a pumpkin patch with bales of hay. We'll have some rides, small kid rides. We'll have had blown up bouncy things. And we'll always do it to support a charity. So it's that time of year, we're raising money for the March of Dimes. Come to the pumpkin patch, take a picture of your kids in their Halloween outfits sitting on the pumpkins on a bale of hay, and you can use that for your holiday postcard. P.S. We are raising money for the March of Dimes, so the pumpkins are free, but we're asking for at least a $5 donation per pumpkin. So if you want to take 2 pumpkins, do, but please donate $5 for each pumpkin. And if you can't donate 5, donate whatever you can. But the pumpkins are free. And we have raised a lot of money for 8 different causes that we support. And we find that people appreciate very much. They'll bring their kids, they'll have fun. And when they leave, they'll say, you know, this is a lot of fun. Thank you for putting this on. And I appreciate you supporting the March of Dimes. And that, I think, is a great, great way for you to look at what events ought to be like. Okay, we could talk about that stuff forever, but suffice it to say. On page 4.13, huge warning. I've been talking about circle prospecting with a telephone. I've been talking about calling. FSBOs expires. Be careful. Pay attention to the do not call list. Notice on the top section, violations are $1,500 each violation. Each violation. That can add up to a lot of money fast. Here's a look at the database size on page 4.15. Whoop, there's no slide for that. The database size says at the top, you have 500 contacts in your database receiving 36 touches a year. Those are contacts. These are people that you know. 6% of people in your database will buy or sell each year. That's the turnover rate of the marketplace. Where am I? Oh, and you convert 50% of that pool of 6%. So you have 500 times 6% times 50%, or 15 appointments a year. If you also get referrals, and here's that referral factor we were talking about, 4% of your database will give you a referral, and you convert 50% of those. So it's 500 times 4% times 0.5, or half of that, or 10 appointments a year. Now, your ability to get those referrals and to get that repeat business is directly tied, and it is directly tied to how much direct communication you have with them. It's not mail that's going to get your repeat and referral business up. It will get some business, but if you want to get it up, you have to mail them and call them. And again, ideally, you would even see them. And that would be by inviting them again to charity fundraising events that are fun and built for families, that kind of a thing. I think you can approach the original MREA 1 conversion rate, which was 2 deals for every 12. One was an internal piece of business, meaning one of your Mets bought or sold themselves, and the other was a referral. It was 2 deals for every 12 people, or 1 in 6. We are now saying that your Met database is going to spend 1 deal for every 10. That's a big fall off, a huge fall off. A 600 Met database under MREA 1 will be 100 sales a year. Today, it's 60. It's 60. That's a big fall off. And guess where the fall off happened? The internet. The internet. That simple. The internet. All buyers and all sellers are getting online and gathering information before they call the realtor. Before they call you, they may have bought and sold with you twice. They might be your family members, but everybody's going to get online first. And our challenge is, and a lot of you do this, but our challenge is there are traps waiting for them. And they're going to be caught in a trap doing what we've been talking about. They're going to see something they want more information. They want to see more photos on this listing. They got to register to see more photos. And boom, all of a sudden they're being worked by a skilled, script-driven professional whose goal is to get them to an appointment. And they will get enough of them that it's taken away business from us. So you have to play this game. There's a worksheet on the bottom on page 4.15 for you to analyze what this might look like. So if you had 1,000 people in your Met database, you do times 0.06. And actually this year, the conversion rate number for the nation has been inching up for the last few years as we've sold more and more houses. And we just crossed into 7% of people are moving this year. So 0.06 and then times 0.5 or 50%, and that would equal 30 appointments. Simple. And then you can calculate the same thing on the reverse side. So if you knew how many appointments you wanted, you could do the math backwards and figure out how many Mets you needed. So if you wanted 200 appointments, you do the math by 0.06, that'd be 3,300 times 75. And that would give you 4,400 contacts in your Met database. And the 200 appointments would get you 100 closings. Lead generation best practices on page 4.17. page 4.17. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep. Lead generate every day or 3 hours or as much as it takes to achieve your appointment goal. It says time block for lead generation in the morning. I agree with that and I disagree with that. I think you got to realize, particularly those of you that are experienced, this is a big issue. Your MET database, past client and sphere, you have people in there that you'll never get on the phone in the morning. Never. You won't get a school teacher on the phone in the morning. You won't get a doctor on the phone in the morning. You won't get most lawyers on the phone in the morning. You won't get a host of people due to their specific job on the phone in the morning. And yet the number one issue is you gotta talk to them. You gotta. So you have to look at your database and divide it up, and you're gonna end up with morning people and evening people. And then you need to have lead gen plan in the morning and in the evening to hit both groups. And this is a must. I've already discussed our database size, and when we started working on this, that's what happened. We have judges, highly influential. We have a couple of judges that actually refer us a lot of business, and I can never get them on the phone in the morning, but I have to talk to them. They're sending me business. They're great supporters of our events. They bring their family. One of them's older, he brings his grandkids to our kids' events. I gotta talk to them. So the issue is evening, okay? The 3 hours consist of this, and this is critical. Number one is prepare. Who are you calling? Do you have their phone numbers? Do you want to text them? Do you have a script? Do you know what you're going to say when they answer? And none of these calls should be long-winded unless something has happened and you do need to make it long-winded. But generally, you're not making these calls to just kind of shoot the breeze. You want to get to the point. And then you want to do the work, and then you want to follow up. You want to maintain, meaning update the database. So I figured out who to call, and I've made the calls, and now I got to put in the new data. A call where you connect and discuss buying, selling, or referring, and you don't put the data that you collected in the database, may as well have never happened. That call is useless. You put the data in and you set the next point of contact about the the data you collected. So if I talk to somebody and trying to get a referral and they tell me they don't know anybody right now, and I can say, well, you know, one reason I'm calling is I read in the paper that your company is actually expanding. Can you find out who the human resource director is? And do you know them? Do you know off the top of your head, you know? Oh, you do know them really well? Wonderful. Do me a favor. I'm going to get a piece of collateral material together that I'm going to send over to you, and I'll courier it over to you. Would you please drop that off in her office and tell her you personally know me? And I would simply like a chance to talk to her about this offering I'm making to her to support her in her role as the HR director. So can you do that? Wonderful. Okay, I'll call you by Friday and see if you've gotten it over to her. Now, that collecting data and setting next point of contact is the heart of effective lead gen using a CRM. A CRM collects data and sets next point of contact. Okay, number 7, avoid lead generation traps, not using both lead gen tools. Number 2, relying exclusively on referrals. Well, if you can get plenty of referrals, that's not bad. Number 3, undervaluing touch campaigns. Yep, people don't believe in them sometimes and don't do them. Avoiding quarterly calls. Those quarterly 4 times a year calls are vital. Not entering the leads in the database and the data, not entering the data is a trap. Maintaining multiple databases. A lot of larger teams have been doing that while Command has been getting up on its feet. And then number 7, not taking advantage of the Facebook ads in Command. That's absolutely true. And I would add to that, it's also important to do Instagram and YouTube videos. And of course, always Google search, Google. Leveraging technology on page 4.19 is about Command. You can check the health of your database in terms of the amount of data you have completed. You put your data in, and then also how effective you are at utilizing the campaigns and the smart plans that are in the system. It tells you here there's already 1,400 ready-made templates to go with. And it will create, you see something you like, you can scan it in and it'll create that for you. That's amazing. Yeah, you can find answers online. And then on page 4.21, it is your lead gen business plan. It's at the top asking you how many contacts you need to achieve the goals of your economic model. How many contacts in your database today? So how many do you need to add? Now here's something for you to really think about. Contacts are people you know. So if you need more people that you know, that will take time because you've literally got to go meet people, and it's not a one-off thing. You can't go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, shake a bunch of hands and collect cards and then dump them in your database and, you know, gee, I added 50 Mets last night. No, you didn't. You added 50 strangers that you had a one-off with. Doesn't mean anything. You're going to need to cultivate the relationship. So you would follow up with a phone call. Hey, it was so nice to meet you last night at the Chamber of Commerce function. I was thinking you might be interested in something that I'm creating right now, and it's the 2021 guide to selling homes in the marketplace and the 2021 guide to buying homes in the current marketplace. I love to get both of these powerful pieces of material over to you and get some feedback. Could we do that? Now, once again, that's the power of collateral material, but it takes time to build those relationships. Now, contrast that with, I've got a list of 10 for sale by owners. All of them want to sell a house. I got 10 expireds. All of them want to sell a house. You go and meet 50 random people. The typical number of that for deals is 2%. 2% of 50 is 1. If I have 10 FSBOs, all 10 want to sell. So you got to think about this, and you got to think about, should I go after motivated strangers or connections that I'm trying to develop a relationship with? One is definitely going to take longer. The other one is faster, but typically more competitive. You have other agents involved in that, and they're going after it too. So you got to be on your game and you got to be active. It asks you to think of your current lead sources, current and future. If you do not have on your current lead sources internet lead gen, you need to end that and you need to go to command and you need to start getting internet leads. And internet leads are both Google organic leads, SEO, pay-per-click on your websites, but also social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, all of those are internet leads. So if you don't have internet leads going, you need to stop something and get that going. Your lead generation activity, it's about how many stranger campaigns are you running? And then on the bottom, my 36 to convert, how many Mets or contact plans am I running? Very simple. Now you add these lead generation plans to your 411, and you can see on page 4.23 at the top there, annually, you put the number of contacts in the database and your event for leads and your event for contacts. Understand those could be the same event, like a March of Dimes fundraiser pumpkin patch. That could be for everybody, and you're raising money for good work, so bring them on. And then the monthly derivative of that, 1/3 of the database, called 1/3, send one item of value, etc. And then you've got it down in the weekly goals, sending email of value, contacts that you're going to make, and then daily script practice. So now we're at ahas, and I want to stop and see, do you have any questions about lead generation? Because this is a big one here. If you don't get this model right, you're not going to get appointments. You don't get appointments, you're not going anywhere with your business growth. So what's on your mind about lead gen? What do you want to talk about? Lead generation. You can also go back to that laundry list of lead opportunities on page 4.3. And if there are any of those you want to talk about, talk to me. I've been doing this a long time. I've tried everything on that list And that's,
So-
and that is not bragging. That's the way it looks when you fail forward.
As far as, so with lead generation and all of these options, once you get all of the leads, so I would say that my team's lack is the follow-up. It's not necessarily getting leads, but the follow-up system. So could you talk a little bit into how important that is?
Sure. What you're
best
talking about
practices?
is typically called lead management, right? It's one thing to get the lead. It's an entirely other thing to manage the lead properly. And that's about the follow-up. Lead management is driven 100% by next point of contact and entering the data from the contact, and the data drives the next point of contact. And the idea, the thinking behind this is I'm going to contact you on a set number of contacts. And then I'm going to either, and we discussed this, I'm either going to have listed you. So I'm going to drop the 8x8 touch where I'm going to pop you 8 times, right? So if I list you before I've popped you 8 times, I'm going to put you on a 36 touch because now you're my client, right? If I get through the end of 8 and discover you listed with another agent, I'm going to delete you. I'm done, right? If I get through the 8 and you tell me you're going to wait till next year, then I'm going to put you on that low touch, long-term 12 direct, right? And I might set next point of contact for a month or 2 months out just to make sure they're getting the 12 direct. And do they have any questions or feedback, right? Now, this is all
And would you
entering
say
the
that-
data and setting the next point of contact. Now with command,
Would you say
you
that
can-
the first,
What's
sorry,
that?
would you say that the agent that gets the lead needs to be the one that does all of those 36 point contacts or the 8? Or does that kind of where like an ISA and stuff can also come into practice?
Well, no, that's exactly right. My answer was going to start off saying, well, it depends on the scale of your business, 100%. Typical agents on a team, their active pipeline, they're going to be done somewhere between 30 and 60. It depends on their talent and their skills and how busy they are. But there's a number of active leads that they can handle and they're done.
Right.
So a lot of larger teams will toss leads over to the telemarketing department to keep working them, right? There's some teams that don't want the agents to work them at all. The telemarketers work them to the point of appointment.
Okay.
Right? So they're doing the nurture and the conversion to appointment. And the agent only gets involved when the appointment's set. Right? And they have open Google calendars or something similar. So when the appointment gets booked, they're not asking the agent. They're looking at the agent's calendar, finding the date and popping it. And they can block off, certain weekends and days, but they're just popping the appointment. The agent gets it, beep, beep, beep. Look, oh, I have a buyer appointment on Thursday at 10 a.m. Awesome.
Dreamy.
Right?
That would be the dream right there. Yep.
Skylar, you
Yeah.
nailed it. That is the most efficient way to run an agent business of scale, a large one, where you don't burn literally thousands of leads. Because a lot of large teams have a history of burning thousands of leads a year. Because what the agents do every day is there's leads that just came in. They run through them looking for a hot one that they can go show property to today. And then they're out there running around with that one lead. And tomorrow, oh, there's another batch of new ones. They burn through them to find a good one. Well, what happened to all those leads yesterday that didn't answer your call and didn't return your voicemail? What happened to those people, right?
Yep.
This is the pain you're feeling, right?
Yes, exactly.
I have lived this pain, my lady. I have lived this pain. I totally get it.
And that's like we're using command to get Facebook leads, but none of them are converting because that exact same thing is happening. They're getting one touch and then it's just all automated stuff that normally people don't respond to anyway. So we're paying and getting enough leads, but nothing's coming from them because it's just dropped at the follow-up system. So
yeah, lead gen at a high level, lead gen is all about follow-up. It's never a one-off. Lucky you made one call and got an appointment. Boom. That's not the game. The game is the follow-up, and the game has to be automated. The touches you talked about are not important.
right.
Remember,
They just need an extra step.
Yeah, they still need a call and a direct email and a text, but that can be prompted by command. You can prompt a text by command. Now they can get an automated response that says, Hey, it's Gene. I'm just following up from a couple of days ago. I sent you something. Did you get it? And that's from my phone number, automatically driven by command to that prospect. So now if they answer, it's going straight to my phone.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got it. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Boom, right?
Yep. Then
So,
you have to actually do something with that response. So,
well, well, there we go. It's still the same problem, isn't it?
right. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
You bet. I don't think we solved a damn thing, but at least we're clear. We're clear about
At
our
least they're here. At
frustrations.
least they're hearing what the points are. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Everybody knows what to do, just nobody's doing it. All right. Any other questions? Skylar and I were just ripping on the agents. That's all.
They know I love them. That's the good thing.
I know, of course. It's like your kids. You drive me crazy. I love you to death. You drive me crazy. I love you to death. What else? No questions about lead gen? Man, y'all are easy. Okay, we're gonna go back in and dive into the budget, the Monet. The Monet. There's where we were. Here's where we are. The budget model, page 5.1. 5.1 at the top, the budget model reflects the cash flow of the business as represented in the economic model, the investments you make, the return you receive, and the net profit or gross profit net income. The MREA cash flow there shows you 40% net income, 30% operating, 30% cost of sales equals the total GCI. We've discussed this more than one time now. There are two tools that you're going to utilize, the budget and a P&L. I would actually add a balance sheet because if you're doing your business well and you're making a profit, you should have profits in an entity. That entity should get credit at some point, have a credit card, you have a bank account. And if you have profits sitting in there, that entity can buy real estate investments. And you really need to think that way. So you would definitely want a balance sheet to track that because the P&L will not track assets and liabilities. So if you end up with investment properties with loans or you have credit cards, you want to be tracking your assets, your liabilities, and your net worth. Anyway, the budget, you do it once a year. That's what it says here. That's not exactly accurate. COVID created for some people a need to readdress the budget, to literally rebuild the budget. A lot of things that were planned, like client events, like outdoor marketing activities that you were going to deliver flyers, that all that stuff got changed for a lot of agents. So it depends on, is life going along as you expected, or is it not at all like expected? And then you would revisit your budget. It projects returns and cash flow and restrain the gain. Okay. Don't spend all your money. Number two, the profit and loss, again, shows actuals and projections and how you did. Make adjustments on those if you make adjustments to the budget for sure. You have two mindset principles on the bottom. Invest, don't spend. Invest. If I hired a admin person, I think I already mentioned this, you're going to get back 3 times their costs typically. So if they cost 40 grand, the increased production I'm going to do because I hired that person, I'm going to get back at least $120,000. And this holds true in just about all markets. And that not only pays for them, but it pays the tax on the revenue and it gives you a profit equal to their pay, which is powerful. If I get a buyer agent, I'm going to get twice what they cost me, 50%, right? So I'm going to get in twice and then pay them the half and I get the other half. So they're going to make twice what they cost me. If I have a listing agent, they're going to make 10 times what they cost me. According to the model, 10 times what they cost me. If I do lead generation, it should give me 10 times what I spent or more. Command gives more than 10 times what you spend. And then number two, practice accountability, not accounting. Think about money being held accountable for investments. And I just described the ROIs, and you then hold those people accountable or the overall business accountable to earn that return on those investments. And that's what we were just having a chat about getting agents to do the follow-up. You got the lead, you spent the money and got the lead, and now the team has to do the follow-up to get the ROI. On page 5.3, it talks about the definitions, the concepts behind the terms. So cost of sales. Cost of sales is really kind of simple. Cost of sales, as discussed, is what the broker pays out of the broker's account on your behalf. So if you had a referral that was owed on a deal you did, the broker normally cuts that referral check out of the broker's account. What's important about this is you're never 1099'd on this income. So the income came in and a bill was paid on non-taxed dollars. That's significant. So non-tax dollars. Your fees to the brokerage are going to be paid out of that same broker account. Typically, they're going to take it off the top, in other words, before you get 1099 income. And if you have buyer or listing agents, they will be paid off the top as well. All of that is cost of sales. Operating expenses are the expenses that you pay directly. And unfortunately, it's out of taxed dollars you're going to be taxed on. So think about it this way. If I pay a cost of sale bill of $100, it's going to cost me $100, no tax. If I pay $100 bill out of operating expense, it's going to require me to earn $130 to pay the tax of 30 to have the 100 left over to pay the bill. And that's the difference between the two. And then you get the net income. So on the bottom of that page, you see it looks like this, 30, 30, 40. I realize we're kind of beating a dead horse here, but that is exactly what it is. That gross profit in the middle where it says 70%, don't get diluted by that. It's just a 30, 30, 40 deal, period. Look at these amounts on page 5.5. This is MREA 2 numbers. So this is some new data, and this will be, I think, illuminating for some of you. Now, don't get confused by this. At the very top, it says cost of sales. The listing specialist, we looked at this in the economic model, got $125,000 against 1.25 million of production. That's 10%. But here it says percent of GCI is 5%. That's accurate. But remember, there's a difference between the total GCI and the list side and the buy side. So this is saying the total GCI, that 10% now becomes 5% of the total. And remember, the business was 50-50. And then the buyer specialist is the same thing. Remember, it was 50-50, but now it's saying it's 25. But if you add those two up against total cost of sales, it's 30% against the total GCI as cost of sales. If you look down below that, you've got the operating expenses. So we did the cost of sales, and now we're looking at the operating expenses, and it shows you compensation, which is salaries, was 14.4% on average. The running recommendation now for compensation salaries is 14 to 15%. And the lead generation was actually 9%. In MREA 1, the compensation was 12.2%. So that has gone up, but lead gen has gone down. And the expectation is that with Command, lead gen costs are going to continue to go down. They're not going to go to zero, but they're going to continue to go down. The rest of these expenses, you'll notice, are single digits, low single digits, 1%, 2.5%, 0.6, 0.3. And you have to spend all of that money. You have to do it. But the point is, don't waste a lot of time over analyzing these during the year. Once a year, get a second vendor quote, maybe a third vendor quote, compare it to the vendor you've been using. If you need to do a switch, do it. Or try to renegotiate with the vendor. But you're done. Once you get your deal, don't agonize over it. But year round, on a monthly basis, at minimum, you want to keep your eyes on the three big expenses, which is cost of sales, what you pay agents, maybe what you pay your broker, the admin cost, and the lead gen cost. Those three you want to keep your eye on because those are the big ones, and that's where you can lose or make profit by proper administering to your financials. And notice on the bottom of that page, it shows you a reminder you can download an automated economic model and budget model on KW Connect. I think you all got that as a link maybe, but if not, it's right there. Go to KW Connect, search for MREA Business Planning Clinic. Go there. There'll be a manual, the one in your hands. There'll be another manual, which is a short version, 25 pages, and there should be the spreadsheet. Okay, on page 5.7, we are taking a look from single agent all the way up to large team. So if you look at the very top, it says GCI 150, that's a single agent, 340, that's probably a single agent or a single agent with some help, 640, 970, 1.6 million, 3.4 million. That is well over net $1 million, 2.5 million. And then the best practices. And these are the ones, of course, to pay attention to. Gross $1 million and net $1 million. Now let's go back to the cost of sales. Remember, the category is 30%. So a single agent, 13%, then 26%, then 33%, 38, 39, 45%, and at gross $1 million, 25%, and at net $1 million, 30. Go down to expenses. Ignore the gross profit margin. It really isn't important for this discussion. Net income is. Expenses, again, 30% is the goal. Single agent, 38, 36, 37, 34, 35, 33. Everybody is overspending. Everybody. Gross $1 million, 36, overspending. Net $1 million, right on 30. And then look at the net result of this. Single agent, 49%, 38, 30, 28, 26, 22. Remember, the goal is 40. And then you have gross $1 million, 39, 1 point off, and net $1 million, 40. Now, if you spent the time to dig deep into this and even make some phone calls, what you discover is that the people all along this way, a lot of them are growing and aiming for beyond where they are. And if you think about growth, you spend money to hire somebody, you spend money on lead gen, the revenue, the return on that doesn't show up until you have a closing, which is going to be a minimum of a month, 2 months, 3 months later. The normal cycle is 3 months. So I'm going to be out of budget when I hire somebody today, and I'm going to be approaching in budget as they start to build production in my business. I'm going to start to get back on track in the 4th or 5th month, but now I've just hired somebody else, and now I'm back out of budget again. So that's what a lot of these people are actually doing. They're investing for growth, and they're not going to back off until they get to the destination. When you look at the net $1 million numbers, the reason that they're spot on 30, 30, 40 is that that's what they were aiming for. And as they hit, if you look at gross $1 million, as they hit gross $1 million, they're getting better. And the gap between gross $1 million and net $1 million is about 2 years. And that 2-year growth period, they were getting better and better and better, so that when they got to net $1 million, they were right there. They were right there. And that's what's been going on with a lot of these. Now, the first 2 categories, these aren't people necessarily aiming any higher than where they're at. The 150 is a single agent. The 340 is a single agent with maybe 1 admin and maybe a showing assistant. We don't have the details on this, but that's what it looks like. So look at the next detail. This is the operating expenses. So this is a breakout on the 2 biggies, and they've given us additional data, which is awesome. So compensation is two categories: salaries, benefits, and professional services. Professional services is like a professional stager, professional photographer. They're independent contractors, but they are compensation. They're not salary, but they are compensation. But you still got to focus on the total category. And remember, compensation in MREA 1 was 12.2. Currently, it's 14 to 15. So look at the numbers: 7.8, 11.1, 15, 11.9, 14.6, 15. And then best practices, gross $1 million, 20, and net $1 million, 14.4. That 20 in that gross $1 million is exactly what we discussed a minute ago. That person is hiring ahead of income, and that's why they are where they are. And then look at lead generation. Again, two categories: listing management, those expenses, yard signs, ads on the web, etc. And then other marketing, just general marketing and prospecting costs. But add them up: 11.2, 10.2, 10.4, 12.1, 11.3, 9.8. That's the first one that's been under 10%, which was the Red Book model. But the model today now is actually 9%. So they're all over budget. So they all were over budget. And then you have the best practices: gross $1 million, 7.3, and net $1 million at 9. Again, the belief is that these expenses for lead gen are going to continue to go down, and compensation has permanently gone up. And those two are related. We're hiring better people who are doing more effective lead work, particularly driving command. And all of us that have been doing this a while have outsourced a lot of our lead gen to all kinds of different places: Boomtown, Zillow. People have been buying their leads one way or another for a long time. And now folding that in is going to require higher talent to utilize the tool, and will create lower cost, hard cost, due to what command does. So yeah, there you go. Turn the page over to 5.9. When is the expense the cost of sale? When it's not paid out of your account, but paid out of the broker's account. I'm just making it real simple and clear. When is it an operating expense? When you pay it out of your bank account. That's when it's an operating expense. When is it both? It is possible for you to have laws in your state. This is a state law issue more than it is, here's the way you should do it. There's states that don't allow you to do certain things, and other states are more flexible in their laws about what you can or can't do. The point is, it's entirely okay to have one employee who gets paid partly for licensed activity because the state requires them to have a license to do some of their work. And then they also get paid a salary for the work that's typical straight up admin. You have to determine that by talking to your broker of record or your compliance person and figure out what's legal and not legal. And also remember this: some board of realtors have certain standards that bleed into this, and that doesn't matter. What matters is the law. So you talk to your broker. Page 5.11, here's another deep dive look at the MREA chart of accounts. And you'll see here that these are basically all roll-up accounts. So it shows you under lead generation, where it lists two things: listing management and prospecting and marketing. Here's a laundry list. If you click on it, it'll open up and you'll see all of these under listing management and then under other marketing and prospecting. And you can add your own custom lines, so you can get as detailed as you'd like to get. There are 4 big budget areas to focus on page 5.13. Lead with revenue. Make money before you spend it. Make money before you spend it. Simple example: you're going to hire a full-time admin. You know what they're going to cost you. You're the one advertising the pay structure. You want to save up 3 months of their cost ahead of hiring them. And when you hire them, you now have the money to pay them without impacting your income or the business income at all. These are profits that were saved for growth, and you will pay them for 3 months. And at the end of 3 months, because of the work they've been doing, you should see enhanced revenue, either actual revenue where you've had more closings than you've ever had, or you currently have more pendings than I've ever had, more listings than I've ever had, and that got created since this person joined me 3 months ago. And from that point forward, those pendings are going to close, and they're going to be paying their own way out of increased production by freeing me up. That's how it works. If you were, red light, green light means green light, an expenditure that you've analyzed and are clear about the ROI to expect and how it will happen, and you believe in it. If you can't quite see it, red light it. Red light it. Simple example. And you gotta think through what you're doing. The goal of lead generation is not sales. Lead generation does not create sales. The goal of lead generation is to get an appointment. It creates the opportunities to get an appointment. That's it. So somebody wants to sell you an ad, and it's a classic. Yo, we have a new Northeast magazine lifestyle, and you can be the only realtor in the magazine, but you got to sign a contract today, and it'll be $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year, but you'll be the exclusive realtor in our Northeast lifestyle magazine. And what do you say? What do you say? Well, you need to say this. Well, I need to think about this. So it's going to be $12,000. For me to accept that at all, it has to produce 10 times the cost. That means I need to get $120,000 back. Now, I make about $6,000 per sale. So $6,000 divided into $120,000 is 20 sales. In order to get 20 sales, to have 20 closings, I have to have 40 appointments, because the relationship between appointments and closed sales is 2 to 1. 40 appointments. That means this magazine needs to produce enough leads for me to get more than 3 appointments every single month, almost 1 a week. Now, will that happen? And the vendor will probably look at you and say, that's a really good question. And what they're saying is, I have no idea. and it's true. So what you need to do in that scenario is ask for a list of their current advertisers, and realize a lot of magazine advertisers have multiple magazines in multiple cities. So I would ask them, give me a list of your current advertisers who do real estate like I do in your magazines. And I want to call and check up on them. Now, what they'll typically do is give you like 2 names. And these are the 2 names of the 2 people who are guaranteed to give them a glowing review. And you should understand that that's not acceptable. No, I didn't ask for 2 names. Thanks for sending these over. But what I'd like is a list of all of your current real estate agent advertisers in your magazines, period. And if you aren't willing to provide those, I'm not interested. That's red light, green light. If I can't see it, I need the data. If you won't give me the data, it's a no. And that's it. Simple. Stick to the budget. The big issue here is, in order to stick to the budget, you have to have a budget. So you got to create the budget first and then review it, as we said, on a monthly basis. And then get into a rhythm. And the rhythm is to do the budget annually and or adjust it when conditions change enough that it's warranted, and then check on it every single month and see how you're doing. On page 5.15, avoid budget model traps. And this is not taking the time to understand the model. Number 2, being too lenient with money on the promise of big returns. That's like that magazine ad. Ooh, I'll be the only realtor. Where do I sign? Number 3 is a biggie, hiring too many people too quickly. Chasing GCI instead of ROI, that's a big deal. If you've been paying attention and you've been in this company any length of time, you've seen Gary start to hammer his top 100. he's in that room and he's really fussing. This started several years ago. I remember him chewing somebody out who had not made a profit. The person did I think it was 560 sales and lost $250,000. And Gary just chewed him out. Now understand, Gary's not a mean person. He's trying to wake this person up. He's trying to help this person. And the person was answering questions vaguely and obliquely. And Gary just got frustrated and basically told the guy, you really don't understand what's going on financially in your business. And I don't know how long you've been coming here, but this is a cardinal rule here. You need to run a profitable business. It's called a business worth owning, and you're not paying attention. And he just was ragging on him. And after that, this was several years ago. After that, Gary started saying, if you're going to be in his group, you got to turn in your P&Ls. You got to turn them in. And if people are not, and the line is somewhat murky, but if they're not making a margin at least 20 or 25% or higher, you don't go on stage at all. You don't get invited to be interviewed by Gary or Jay or anybody, because Gary's belief is if you're not making a profit, you should not be somebody telling other people how to do this business. And he's right about that. So, not accounting for, running a strict 30, 30, 40 business, get as close as you can. Number 6, not accounting for one's own expense, salary, or split. You need to know your pay from your profit. I'm going to give you an example of it in a minute, but you need to keep it separate. If you're going to look at the MREA budget and compare it to your own to see how you're doing, you have to allocate monies appropriately. And then number 10, leverage technology, and we already discussed that. Now we're at the budget model. Whoops, right there, your budget model. Now what this shows you is basically 2 ways to do your budget. So you can look at this and go down the chart of accounts where it says MREA at the top and move the decimal point. So the cost of sales for the listing specialist is 125. If you're a single agent trying to do 35 sales, not 350, you just move the decimal point. It'll be 12,500. And then you go straight down all the way to the bottom. And the bottom says total expenses, 1.5 million. It would be 150,000. Now, if you don't want to just adopt the model, then you look at the next column, which is percentages or factors of GCI. So you could plug in whatever GCI you've got and then multiply by these factors, and then to the right, put the numbers. The only other option you have, and it's a good one, is to download the Excel spreadsheet that auto-populates, that auto-calculates. And in that, you can put your own conversion rates, etc. And you can also do the budget where you put in your hard numbers that you know to be real, and then come up with the true bottom line numbers. So on the following page, your business plan, profit and loss. This is, again, pretty straightforward, 5.19. And on page 5.21, it's where you plug in your budget onto the 411. So right at the top, you'll see it says annually, update the budget, redo the budget. And then monthly, review it and adjust as needed, complete and review the P&L. And there's nothing to do weekly. That is a monthly activity. Now, the exception to that is if you have a big business. If you're an agent that has closings and bills being paid throughout the month, then you need to review it weekly. The way you get into trouble with money is money's coming in, money's going out, money's coming in, money's going out, and you're not checking. So when there's too much money flow in and out, and you're only looking once a month, you're going to get into trouble. And this doesn't mean somebody's stealing. It just means things get miscategorized. Somebody thinks something got paid that didn't get paid. Nobody's asking, how come there's double payroll this month? Stuff like that happens in business. And unless you're watching, it's easy for things to get really messed up quick. I've lived that. We had to pay one of our businesses to hire a forensic accountant. And what they do is they work through your books backwards and figure out where the problems got started. And that's what our problem was. It was somebody misposted an item, an expense item, and it started to mess up two different categories. And then things got kind of bizarre. Anyway, so before we do the ahas or do the questions, I'm going to stop, as I said, and go through an exercise about separating pay from profit. So I'm going to stop this and I'm going to go to the spot. Woo, it's already ready for me to go. Take this down. Now I'm going to do this for a single agent, but the principles are the same for a rainmaker on a team. Principles are the same. So you've got 300,000 GCI. This is for the year for an agent's business. You've got cost of sales is 30%. Operating expenses are 30%. And then that leaves 40% gross profit. Everybody gets that. I'm assuming everybody gets that. Now, cost of sales, if you do the math, 30% of 300,000 is $90,000. Now, in our company, cost of sales would include the cap and royalty. Y'all might have different cap and royalties. I'm just going to use an easy number, pretty accurate to a lot of market centers. I'm going to say it's $20,000. $20,000 is the cap and royalty. If I take that out, that leaves $70,000. Now, just forget that there might have been referral fees or whatever. Let's just say that's what was left over. So cost of sales outside of these bills like royalty and cap and the referral fees, it's the agent work. By law in most states, only the broker can pay for license work. So that's the license work. So this agent's pay for license work is $70,000. There are also the admin. So here's the admin. And the admin is also $90,000. I mean, the category of operating expense is $90,000. They have, in the current model, admin is 14 to 15% of the category. So I'm going to use 15%. 15% of this would be half, and that would be $45,000 for miscellaneous expense, all those other items, and that would leave $45,000 for salaries. Now the single agent is the admin. So that's their pay too. So the total pay, their pay for work, all the sales work, all the admin work is $115,000. $115,000 pay for work. Now we've got their profit. 40% profit is $120,000. So what they get, because it's all their money, is $235,000. Now you add back, you want to balance your equations. You add back the deduction of $20,000 and the $45,000, and what do you get? $300,000. So the books balance. So this is how you would build your books as a single agent or even on a team, balancing out your pay for work in these two categories. And if you do it this way, you can compare yourself to how well this number looks compared to the MREA budget. If you mess with it, if you don't take any money out here, then what's going to happen? This is going to look really good. You're going to be up by 25%. You're going to look like you're making 50% down here, and you're not. You're not. It's not correct at all to say, yeah, we closed, 15 properties, 15 sellers, and there's no cost of sales to that. That makes no sense. You can't sell property and have no cost attached to it. So you keep it in the margins that are applicable though, so that you're not overpaying. And if you were really smart, you'd live on that money and you would take that money, the 40% profit, the 120,000, and put it into investments and getting out of debt, and maybe having some left over to put into lifestyle enhancement. Maybe, if you have enough. In our example we used earlier about the LID analysis, there's nothing left over, right? But if you were making enough money, if you're making 300 here, this is your GCI, you'll be much less money that you'd have to take home, but you still have a lot of money. Okay, now, having said all that, are there any questions about the budget and about money? Let me get out of that view and go to that view. Any questions about money? Lordy mercy.
Gene, on a single agent setup, do you guys have any recommendation as far as accounting software, or use a personal accountant only, bookkeeping services? Is there any suggestions you guys might have getting started?
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting started, I would simply use QuickBooks, not Quicken, QuickBooks. It's cheap. You probably already have it on your computer. And it works. And what's really good about that is your accountant is going to be comfortable with you just emailing them a file, because I don't know any accountants today that aren't comfortable taking QuickBooks from a client, right?
Right.
But if you do have an accountant or a CPA, I'd ask them, is there any kind of program you'd recommend I use? Because once we switched to that, our accounting fees went down, because our accountant said, I do much less work now than when you brought me this shoebox full of receipts, right? And it's true. It's true. So it can help you lower your costs.
Nice.
Yeah. Any other, that was a really great question, Rick. Any other questions about money? No? Okay. All righty then, I'm going to move on. Y'all are being so nice to me. Must be in honor of Patricia's birthday. Okay, here we go. Probably be some questions on this one. The organizational model.
Woohoo.
Ask you a question, Gene, before
Oh yeah.
on budget. If we're looking at hiring an ISA, would you run their salary as an expense and then the override as a cost of sale? Is that the best practice?
Well, that's really debatable. There's a good bit of chat about this. And again, some of this is about legal. It's about your state. There are states where if somebody gets on the phone and talks to somebody who's a potential buyer or seller, they have to be licensed. That's considered licensed activity. And therefore it's paid as a cost of sale because it has to be paid through the broker. No agent can pay another person for licensed activity. Even if they're licensed, they can't pay them for it. Only the broker can, right? So this is driven to some degree by state laws, not by what we think you ought to do. But the truth is, there's only two sides to the business, sales and admin, right? And when you look at the telemarketer, they do the lead cultivation, they do not do the sale. So formally speaking, that would go under salaries
Expense.
and not under cost of sales.
I see.
Right. Now, some people want to count it as that, but if you look at a lot of them, the way they look at it is, well, I can either spend 10% on lead generation or I can hire a telemarketer and pay them. Right?
Mhm.
So a lot of them look at it as a lead generation cost, not a sales cost.
I
So
see.
it would show up as salary.
I see. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
And
Yeah.
that's where I think it should go.
That's what I wanted to hear you say. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, think
Right.
about it. The goal of lead generation is what? The
Generate
appointment. The
Point.
appointment. It's not the sale.
Right.
Lead generation does not create a sale.
Correct.
Therefore, it would be backwards to say it's a cost of sale. When
see.
it does not create a sale, categorically, it doesn't do that.
Which the override would be the result of the sale, the bonus on the back end. I understand that the salary, if you will, would be an expense, not a cost of sale. Yet, let's say it's an 8-10% override that came from a sale. So that's why I was asking that.
Yeah, but now you're back talking about state law. If you're going to pay anybody a percentage of a commission in most states, that's considered a commission, and that
Right.
has to be a licensed person.
And,
So
and
that would be paid by the broker. To be legal, that bonus, if it's going to be a cost of sales, has to be paid by the broker to the telemarketer.
I see. Okay.
To
Got
be
it.
kosher, right?
Say
A
again?
lot of people don't do that, but that's the way it should be structured.
Right. And if they're licensed and you have an agreement with your brokerage, then and Georgia Real Estate Commission allowed.
Yeah, and if you think about the big picture here, it ain't gonna matter to your bottom line.
See, I was just thinking that too, is right.
Yeah, if I pay you a bonus as an admin, or I pay you a bonus under cost of sales,
Right.
I add the two together to get my bottom line 40.
And
Right,
it's
so
half
it's
of
still
that.
gonna be the same,
I hear that.
right?
Got it.
And that's why a lot of this, Zach, is people have one opinion, people have another opinion, right? And from Gary's point of view, it doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay. We'll go back to oh wait, it's 2:30. Shame on me. It's time for you guys to take a breaky poo. I went past the last one. I ain't going past this one. Y'all take a break. Let's do, what is it, 2:30? Let's do 2:40, about 12 or 13 minutes, and we'll be back. 2:40. I'll see you. Okay, it's 2:40. I got a bunch of table tents here, bunch of name cards. All right, we're going to go into the organizational model. I'm going to go to the PowerPoint. And away we go here. The organizational model, page 6.1. You see at the very top of that, it says the path to people leverage is through leads, grow your leads, then grow your listings, and that will create enough volume that you need leverage, which is systems, tools, and people. On the screen below that, it shows you the 7th level MREA2 organizational model. This shows you that the agent that built this business has now stepped aside from operations altogether. And that is the U in that red circle. The person running the business is the CEO of the business, and they have 4 direct reports to them. The director of lead generation, the person in charge of the telemarketing department, the director of operations or lead administrative person, and then the director of sales or the sales manager who's over all of the agents, and the expansion director. And in this example, there are 4 expansion locations. And those 4 people are the direct reports to the CEO. Remember in MREA 1, it was 3 direct reports: lead admin, lead buyer agent, lead listing agent. In this model, compared to that, it would be the same thing, only no expansion director. And the 3 direct reports are directors of lead gen, director of admin or operations, and the director of all agents, the director of sales. So the same work is being done. It's organized slightly differently. And the telemarketing department is not new at all. If you get it, look at the red book, one of the bubbles in the level 5 team, level 5 organization, the bubble said telemarketer. So it's been going on a long time. 25 years ago, agent businesses had telemarketers. A lot of agents think it's relatively new, but it's not. It's been around forever. So the emphasis on telemarketing has indeed grown, but the work is still the same. The level 1, I'm sorry, the page 6.3 talks about the 3 hiring drivers. The 3 hiring drivers are, whoops, got ahead of myself. Your leads, your people, and your market. Your leads is about your lead gen. If you're going to hire somebody that's an agent, you better be prepared to increase your lead gen. Your people, it's about their capacity. The first hire you make should be an administrative person, and their capacity, their ability to do systems and tools really well indicates that you will be able to get out and do at least 2 more deals a month. If you're a single agent doing 36, 3 a month, you ought to be able to go out and do 5 a month with a full-time administrative hire, or 60 a year. And your market, it's about opportunities. What kind of opportunities are out there for you to take advantage of? And your business goals in hiring, it's the size or head count tied directly to units of production. And we'll talk about that in a minute when we look through them all. Number 3, the hiring process. Before hiring anybody, explore leverage options, tools, technology, systems. The truth about that is that if you don't have a high quality admin hire, most agents are good at the sales part and not good at the detail part. And they're better off just going ahead and getting that quality admin hire and letting them take care of the detail part, the systems part. Number 2, attend the 3-part KW Leverage series and start with career visioning. Can't emphasize that enough. If you haven't taken it and you're getting ready to hire, you must. The training for that has been condensed. There is now a slightly shorter version. It used to be 2.5 days. Career visioning was a day and a half. And then 30, 60, 90 STO was a full day for a total of 2.5 days. Now it's 2 days, 1 day for career visioning and 1 day for 30, 60, 90 STO. It's taught around the country. And unfortunately, it's not nationally posted anywhere in particular. KWRI is the one that issues out the manuals for the training. So they're generally aware, but they're often not told about a training until it's only a couple of weeks out from the training itself. I would go to Eventbrite and search. I'm doing the leverage series in January for Gary's personal offices in Austin. And I believe there's capacity there. So if any of you want to take it, I can recommend, I can send you a link to get into the one I'm doing in January. When you look for talent for hiring, you look at 3 different categories: potential, emerging, and proven. Potential, be a recent college graduate with a degree in business. Major could be marketing, accounting, public relations, communications. There's a lot of different areas, and they all work fine for an admin person on a team. Emerging talent would be somebody who was that college graduate maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and they've been working in marketing, and now they're ready to move up to the next level, and they've done some marketing as a department member. In other words, never been in charge of something, but they did really well. Maybe got promoted to assistant department head, and now they're applying to your job, and they are ready to take on full responsibility for a small business marketing department. And then the proven talent would be somebody who has already been a leader of a small business and done a great job building their business through marketing and prospecting activities that they designed and oversaw. And that person is a proven talent. The ultimate proven talent would be someone doing the same role on a different real estate agent team and has a terrific track record. That would be the ultimate. When we look at these in terms of compensation, usually you get potential for the lowest salaries, emerging is higher, and proven is the most expensive. I can tell you there are a lot of people who feel that hiring people who've got no real estate experience is not a negative, that it's a positive. There's some large teams that do not want to hire people who have bad habits or preconceived notions, meaning myths about the business. They'd rather have people that are a blank slate and get them on board and train them. The issue is talent, and talent is not necessarily they have the right profile. Talent is somebody that has motivation, somebody that is intelligent so they can solve problems, and somebody that has integrity, meaning if they tell you they'll get it done, they'll get it done. If you leave and walk away, you feel good because they will take care of your business because they have integrity. And those are the 3 big things you find out only by going through the process of CV and then ultimately 30, 60, 90 and STO. You want to be in budget. You want to be in budget. That example that I gave about separating pay from profit, the admin portion on a $300,000 GCI was $45,000. That would be the maximum you would pay and still be in budget. In almost all markets, that would get you a decent admin person. In a lower average sales price market, that might get you a great admin person. I will tell you this about hiring right now, though, and I'm not happy saying it, but there are so many people out of work. Not all of them are low-level workers. There have been a lot of people who do have low level, and all I mean by that is the pay scale jobs that have been lost. You know, people that were kitchen help in restaurants, people that were servers maybe in small restaurants, a lot of people. But there's other people, talented people. Large businesses have also gotten into a lot of trouble. There are people, I'm in Florida, there are people in the hospitality industry that have been laid off. I mean, Disney has laid off, I think, 38,000 people. And those people, a lot of them are lower level entry jobs, but a bunch of them are managers, and some of them are systems people. Some of them are in accounting. The point I'm getting at is there are more talented people responding to positions than we've ever seen. We're hiring steadily all the time because we are a growth organization and we have a lot of businesses across North Florida, and we're getting talented people more than we've ever seen. And that's in all three categories. So I would encourage you to, if you're considering hiring, to realize this is actually a great time to be hiring people. I don't know what's going to happen with this bill, the support bill, but I think we're going to continue to have business closings. I think we're going to continue to have people out of work. 850,000 people this week have filed for unemployment compensation. It's a lot. And the flip side of that should be a lot of people looking for work. So number 5, understand the cost of a bad hire. We talked about that. It's a lot. It's at least 3 times their cost, and a high level hire could be 10 times their cost. What are the ways a bad hire might cost your business? Well, bad reputation, bad customer service. There's lots of ways. You want to have a written job description for the role. We have the job description, the task list, the KPA on about 80 different positions in market centers and agent businesses. So the odds are very high, whatever position you're considering, we already have the work done. You need to simply download the job description that you're hiring for, like buyer agent or admin, and tailor it. So you go in and take out what doesn't fit, you add what might be missing, like speak Spanish. If that's what you want, that won't be there. So if you need that in an admin, put that in there, and then you're ready to go. And I would use the job narrative, not the job description. The job narrative is usually about 2 paragraphs. And when you download a few and read the job narratives, you'll understand. It describes the activities of the job, but it also describes the person. Are they high energy? Are they on the go? Do they like to achieve goals? Or do they like a quiet work environment and they like to stay online and do their spreadsheets and do their analytics? And they're not much of a talky person around the office. You kind of describe the person, and that gets more responses than just a task list. And then number 8, understand how you will plan for your team to use command, and you will run your business in command. And that includes leverage. The leverage series is going to be run through command. You'll order the KPA through command. You'll keep your paperwork in order as you do the different meetings and record the notes. You'll be entering those, and that'll all be in command. It's just amazing. So here's a look at the levels here on page 6.5, level 1. This is straight out of the Red Book. It's same for MREA 2. It's just you, and you do everything. It's got here the list of your productivity. You're going to do the lead gen. You're going to do the presentations to buyers and sellers. You're going to show property. You're going to market property. You're going to do the contracts, coordinate the closing, manage the money. There's a lot of stuff you're responsible for. And because if you're succeeding as a single agent, you don't do it because you don't have the time. The hardest job in residential sales industry is this one. It's a single agent who's succeeding at a high level. There's too much to do and not enough time to do it. And I wouldn't want that job. I've never had that job. My wife and I went into real estate together. So I've never been solo. I have literally hundreds of solo agents in my offices now. And I know a lot of them. Some of them I don't know, frankly. But I can tell you the ones that are succeeding work harder than most all other agents. It's tough. Level 2, very straightforward. This is your first hire, and you've got to master the hiring, the training, and the accountability. The training is not that big a deal, and I don't say that lightly. But number 1, you got to make up your mind about that first admin hire. Are you getting an assistant, or are you hiring a lead admin? And the Red Book doesn't make that clear. It does say that in the bubble for the level 2 hire, your first admin, in that bubble, it says first assistant. And it only says that because the agents that netted $1 million and were interviewed, they were asked point blank, tell us about your first hire. And almost all of them said, I hired an assistant. And that's what they put, first assistant. The minute you go one level up, though, they drop that term assistant. And now you have a transaction manager and a marketing administrative person. The Red Book further states elsewhere, and you've already heard this, that there are 3 key hires to net $1 million, and the first one is the lead admin. And lead admin and first assistant are not synonymous. And what a lot of agents do with that first admin hire is they get an assistant, they cost less money, there's more of them to choose from, but they don't create growth. So what an assistant does is helps the agent do their work. It's literally in the name, assistant. They assist the agent in the work that they do. So the agent shows them, okay, I put the sign up like this, not like this. I like the lockbox here and here. We get the keys made down at Sam's shoe store, and Sam's the only one who makes a good key. Larry and Mike are nice guys, but don't let them make the keys, get Sam. Now the assistant is taking notes, and they're going to do everything exactly the way the agent told them to do it. And that's fine if what you're trying to get is relief, and relief is help, and relief is good. So there's nothing wrong with this, except where are you headed is a big decision in who you hire. If you're in a growth mode, you need people that can help you build the business growth. And an assistant normally is only going to help you do what you do as we described. So this is a serious consideration because of, if nothing else, money. A true lead admin will cost you more than an assistant, period. But a true lead admin will help you build out your systems and grow the business and make it scalable. So however big you want to go, 60 units, 120 units, 240 units, they're there for the ride. They will build that out. And that's literally what the Red Book means when it says you're 3 key hires away. You get those 3 people right, they do the rest of the hiring and the training. You don't, you're done. So this is that first admin hire, and you got to get it right. Look at this pro tip. Until you have an amazing administrative person, don't hire anyone else. There's a difference between you want relief and 60 units is all you want to do versus I'm making my first hire. We're going to go to 60, but I'm aiming for 120. If that's what you're thinking, you want to follow that pro tip. But if you want relief, there are a lot of agent businesses that have one really great executive assistant and they're happy and the money's good and they're doing fine. If your average price is 500,000, not that a lot of you have that, but if the average price is 500,000, you get to 60 units, that's 30 million. That's almost $1 million gross. So there are markets where people just get that first one and just settle in. However, growth is there. So this one should be 36 units. That's our research on what an agent is capable of doing in 40 to 50 hours a week is 36 units a year, 3 a month. When you hit this, it'll add 24 units of production by freeing the agent up. You're still in charge of the business. You still have to find, hire, train, and lead this person. So the selling side with buyers and sellers is still big time what you do, but you do need time for that team that you've now built. So you're not going to get a doubling, but you'll go from 36 to 60. It'll add 24 or 2 more units a month. That will launch you for future growth better than anything. The next level, level 3, is another admin. And here you see it's called lead admin and transaction coordinator. In the Red Book, it was called transaction coordinator and marketing administrative. Now they're saying, now you've got the lead, and notice the reporting. So the new hire is reporting to the lead admin, not to the rainmaker. And that's the span of control issue that's different from the original Red Book. Look at what it says here, areas of mastery, think big, systems, and then succeeding through others and going too deep in your hiring, meaning don't make everybody report to you. Have 1, 2, 3 people tops that report to you and everybody else reports to them. And that is the way to do it. If you make this hire, the capacity for the business is another 24 units. But that's not going to work out well for the rainmaker because the agent is now doing 84 buyers and sellers and they're running ragged. The 2 admin can manage 84 units from an admin paperwork point of view easily, but the Rainmaker's not. Because of that, a lot of Rainmakers don't hire the second admin. They stare at 60 deals and they go, this is running really smooth. We're doing 60 deals, but 30 of them are buyers, and that's killing me. So what I'd like to do is get the buyers off my plate. So I'm just going to go ahead and hire a buyer agent. That's what they do. And that blows up in their face. And we'll look at why in just a minute. So the capacity here is 84 units. And then you hit level 4. And here you see 2 different descriptions for level 4. Both of these are different than MREA 1. Part 1 here on the left shows you have the lead admin, which we just looked at with the TC underneath them. And then you have a showing assistant instead of the buyer agent, and you have the lead manager, the first telemarketer who's doing telemarketing and also managing. Now, that means you have 3 salaried positions, and the showing assistant is only doing the street work. So the Rainmaker, and what you're staring at should be 100 to 120 units. The Rainmaker's got 60 buyer consultations, contract executions, and negotiation, in addition to the 60 sellers they got to deal with. If you had a buyer agent there, the buyer agent would take all the buyer off the plate, freeing the Rainmaker to get out there and do more listings. Now, there's no right or wrong to this. I'm just giving you the pros and the cons of all sides here. And by the way, all of this is going on in our company. So it's not like there's only one that works. These are here in the model because these are out there and they're working. The 4th level, part 2, is the growth step between level 4 and level 5. So what do you see? The lead manager is still there, and they got 1 more telemarketer underneath them. The lead admin now has added a listing manager, and there might very well be another admin assistant or VA underneath one of those people. And then the showing assistant has become the lead agent, and they have hired 2 more showing assistants. Now, if you look at capacity, those 3 agents ought to be capable of at least 100 units. The Rainmaker is still the listing agent, and they should be capable of at least 50 to 80 closed sellers. So you're looking at a couple of 100 units here, maybe 180. The diagram on the left, the part 1, is 120. So you've grown consistently, but you're not yet at level 5, because level 5, you'll notice there is now a lead agent and another telemarketer in part 1, and then there's a listing agent in part 2. And that is a slight difference in the MREA 1. MREA 1 level 5, the listing agent shows up. They're not doing all the listings, but they're doing a good bit of them. And as you move to level 6, they take over all of them, because at level 6, the Rainmaker stops doing listings totally. So these are all transitional phases in the growth of the business. And then there's the 6th level, part 1 and part 2. Again, you can see the growth. You've got the expansion agent now reporting to the Rainmaker agent, and that's the person that's going to create the first expansion location. The director of operations, the TC, the listing manager, there are now other people underneath them. There's going to be a marketing admin person. There's probably going to be a client care person or an events person, somebody like that. And they will be utilizing technology or virtual assistants in order to help them keep track and do their business. This is approaching 300 or at 300 and passing through 300. Remember, they're on the way to 350 at 7th level. And then you can see later on, they've got the expansion agent has now become the director of expansion, because they've added 1 expansion location and they're working on more. And I think the rest of it speaks for itself. And then we're back to the 7th level. So I'm going to back up a second, and I want to talk about this level 4. So you can stare at this in your book, and I'm going to get to the whiteboard. And I want to talk about this level 4 team from a MREA 1 point of view. MREA 1. And the reason I'm doing that is that it's the simplest and easiest 4-people team. And the reason that's magic is that level 1, 2, and 3, there's one agent. One. If the agent goes on vacation or is sick, there are no buyers put under contract. There are no listings taken. The admin can't do that. If you get the buyer agent or showing assistant, whatever, but if you get an agent, now the Rainmaker can go on vacation or be sick, and we will still show property and write contracts, and we will list property. So that is a powerful small business where you have leverage for the positions in the business. And Gary has said this forever. If you want to have a powerful big business, you need to build a powerful small business. And when he says that, it's a level 4 team. It's the foundation of building a much larger business. So there's 2 sides to the business. This is right in the red book, sales and admin. The agent, I'm going to use R for Rainmaker, should be at 36 deals when they hire their first admin. Admin 1, we already talked about, they can hire a VA, they could hire a part-time person, they could hire an assistant full-time. None of those people will give growth, but they all give relief. They stabilize the business, they take care of paperwork, and that's all good. The only real question is, are you just trying to get relief or are you trying to get growth? In other words, you want to keep growing. You want to get to 100 units or more. And if growth is what you want, then you need to hire admin 1, the lead admin. And what they will do is build out your systems. And that's the lead gen system, the seller and the buyer system, the financial system, the growth system. They will be the listing manager. They will be the transaction manager. They will be the client care. And there will be the marketing admin. Now, you start to look at that and go, well, that's a lot. It is a lot. That's everything that this person's supposed to be doing when they're selling 36 transactions themselves. So what's the truth of all this? It's a mess, and a lot of it's not even done. A lot of these people don't have a budget at all. At all. They don't have written systems out. They don't check off. They don't track. They don't know their conversion rates. There's a whole lot that's not happening. When you hire this person and they implement this stuff, the business really starts to stabilize. It calms down. And this person, because they've systematized the business process, they start to get consistent, bigger results. And that results will lead to a plus 24 units, which would be 60 a year. Now that, as mentioned, this is a very harmonious business. Somebody could stop right there and stay there. And that's a great small business. It's not the small business that will launch a big business, but this is a great small business nonetheless. So you can stay there or you can grow. And I already mentioned, and you already know, the next hire in the red book and an MREA 2 is another admin. And that admin could report to that one or to that one. It's recommended that they report to that one. Here's the truth. A lot of times the first admin hire is the first time this person's ever hired anybody, and they don't necessarily nail it. So a lot of times this hire is the one that's going to end up being the lead admin hire, in which case they've got to go through their 30, 60, 90 and prove themselves out. And then there will be a juggling, and then this person starts to report to them. In the meantime, this one's reporting to this one, and this one's reporting